See this? consent agenda? Yes. We're talking about the whole agenda as a whole. We'll get to that in just a moment. So we've got a motion and a second. We can do that. All in favor, signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? No. Thank you. All right, we want to take a moment here and recognize our finance department for being awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association. The award represents a significant achievement of the county, which reflects the commitment of the governing body and staff to meeting the highest principles of governmental budgeting. To receive the budget award, the county had to satisfy national recognized guidelines for effective budget presentation. These guidelines are designed to assess how well an entity budget serves as a policy document, financial plan, operations guide, communications device. When the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award is granted to an entity, a certificate of recognition for budget presentation is also presented to different individuals or departments designated as being primarily responsible for its having achieved the awards. Madam Clerk, do we have those?
Yes, Ms. Wagner has it in her.
Ms. Wagner's already, Jackie Wagner received the finance and budget analysis and was awarded the certificate. And for that, we want to, be grateful and say thank you for that. Thank you, Jackie, for a job well done. Then we want to thank our finance staff for their hard work and expertise. We truly appreciate their contribution to the county. Brian, could you thank you for that?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak, sir. I'd like to congratulate the finance department. Everyone, excellent job that's done. I really, truly appreciate it. Mr. Governor, this board only good for 1 year. So you guys take the same thing. Thank y'all. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could have you come down, as well as County Administrator Whitlow, I had a honor we'd like to bestow upon you. So we want to recognize our county administrator and our board chair, Mr. Ronnie Thompson, Mr. Chris Whitlow, as they recently attended and completed the 2021 Chair Institute. This institute was held on January 29th, 2021, and was hosted by the Virginia Association of Counties. This institute focused on the specific roles of the chair position, including meeting management, communications, work relationships, leadership, and goal setting. An overview of county government and the work of county supervisors was also covered. As you all well know, the work that goes along with that. So we'd like to thank Mr. Whitlow and Chairman Thompson for attending. The knowledge learned at the Institute will surely help guide the board going forward. So thank you too.
Tommy said it's only good for 1 year.
I heard him. Mr. Burnett, I think while you're up there, you have another introduction. I'll say it in a minute.
Lord have mercy.
Well, maybe not.
She's on her way.
She received a call.
She's hard at work. We will bring her back momentarily, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, then we'll go to the consent agenda, and I'll remind you once again that a lot of times if you have any questions, that if you'll present them to staff, then they can ask them before that. So with that being said, what is your Mr. Mitchell, you had something on number 2 you wanted to pull?
Yes, sir. I just have a question, and it's designated for the Good Building, and I just wondered who will use it.
Says Snow Creek. The executive summary says for Snow Creek
There's Snow Creek here in number 3.
in the discussion.
Number 3 or number 2?
He's on
Number
number
three.
2.
Number 3,
Number 2, the decontamination.
attachment number 3 on your agenda number, it says that it's going to Snow Creek.
Yes, sir, but my request for was for number 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, fire apparatus, okay.
No, he's talking about the decontamination unit for sheriff.
Fire apparatus replacement.
Yeah,
No. Mr. Chairman, I think he wanted to pull number 2, the decontamination room.
I'm good.
That's attachment 2. Consent item 1 with attachment 2.
It's the number 1, the number 2, okay.
okay.
Emergency Procurement CARES Act funding, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir, it's the decontamination room at the Good Building.
Okay.
And my question is, who will use it? Can anybody go in there and use it, or is it just available for?
Got Major Sigmund.
Mr. Whitlow, can you answer that, please?
I think Major Sigmund is coming forward. This is a request, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Of course, the request is for emergency procurement, and it's what we've seen the last few months regarding the CARES Act funding, and I think this is one of the items, I believe, that was procured from the Sheriff's Office recently regarding COVID-19. So Major Sigmund, I believe, perhaps maybe you could answer some of the questions or for the board.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. Mr. Mitchell, the decontamination station, we requested through the CARES Act funding in our response as we were evaluating needs at the Sheriff's Office in response to COVID. We realized that officers are going to be encountering folks could potentially contaminated with COVID in their daily activities. And that decontamination station gave them the ability to go change clothes if need be before having to go to their homes, use their own washing machine, whatnot, and be able to change. So we also have been able to use that as well, most recently this weekend, as we had some dispatchers have to stay overnight. So,
Thank you, sir.
yes,
Mr. Mitchell, did that?
Well, just in my thought, if we had a decontamination room that was open to more than just people in the Good Building, because it's not accessible, and my thought was it'll just be used for the deputies. And, you know, there's a lot of people that need,
Yes, sir.
I know of an instance yesterday that was not here, was in Roanoke, that someone went in, and after they left, they found out that they was positive with COVID, and everybody that in that room had been around them could stand a little comment. But anyway, just a thought. I'm not opposed to it by any means, but I just want some clarification.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
That's not something that's going to be readily open to the public, just like we don't open the courthouse to the public. It's for people, mainly officers and people that work there, to have available to them that may come in contact with someone that possibly contaminated. I mean, we don't open up our
That's correct.
other facilities to the public.
Yeah, it's in the basement of the Virgil Goode building.
Right.
A storage room was converted to that decontamination area for the deputies to come in if need be.
Mr. Mitchell, you want me to pull that for further?
No, no,
Okay.
I don't, I've given my thoughts on it.
Yes, sir. Anyone else on the consent agenda?
I have a couple questions on number 4, the Foothills Produce Auction and Use Agreement.
Yes, sir.
Concerning the lease on page 2, I'm curious if we've had any issues keeping the pavilion lawn clean, orderly, litter-free, and further down, item 4, if we've had any problems with damage since that's been enforced.
Paul, would you like to come forward and address that, please?
Yes, good morning. So the question, I believe Mr. Smith was about if we had any damage to the property from the leases. We have not had anything. I'm really trying to think deep to see if I can give any kind of examples. Probably the biggest thing we had there was they'd stapled some signs to some posts, and I asked them at one time, like, gosh, make sure you don't, staples usually attract other staples, that kind of thing. That's about the extent of it. So there hasn't been any, damage of any.
No problems?
No, it's really been a great agreement or a great partnership. It was a great use of the space over there.
You talking to your mic, please?
Okay, yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so it's been a great use of the space, a good partnership. They had their best year on record. Just a huge a portion of the community was coming out there and enjoying that. They would clean up. There was a few little things over the years, but they were always very agreeable to address them. So it's been a good year as far as overall, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul.
Mr. Chairman.
Court?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. When it's appropriate, I would like to make a comment or ask a question relative to Mr. Mitchell's item.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. In the itemization of items that the sheriff's office has purchased with CARES money, there is a decontamination station in that list for $25,000. And it looks like these are items that have been approved. So I would like to know, is this a redundancy or is this a distinction all within itself?
Ms. Smith, to answer your question, for your terminology, would be a redundancy. The approved item was to ask the board for approval to use CARES funding. This particular item today is in keeping with the county's procurement policy, which says everything over $30,000 has to be bid. And in the nature of getting it done by December 30th, which was the intent when this was approved last July, we used an emergency procurement procedure. So just the nature of the time and getting the contractor lined up and the work performed, we're just now getting this to the board. But everything was completed by December 30th.
So I just want to be clear and make sure I'm understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
This is something that has been in front of the board before in terms of requests from the sheriff's office, but we're just now seeing the actual item itself, and the numbers are different. And I guess that has to do with just RFPs or?
Estimating costs, sometimes, as I know, you'll hear, depending on the building, there is asbestos in the building, so depending on what they had to do, there could have been some additional cost. Typically, what we looked at for any department, as long as they didn't exceed their overall CARES Act approval from the board, we were okay if they moved some line items around. So that's why we didn't come back for additional approval. The sheriff's office was within their approval overall for CARES money.
So is this room already built?
Yes.
So it doesn't matter what we say at this point?
No, this is solely to dot the I and cross the T for emergency procurement from a federal audit standpoint. If a federal auditor comes in, they're going to ask, well, did you procure this? And our answer is, well, we use emergency procurement, and now we have the final cost, so this is why it's in front of the board, similar to other items that we've had. This was the only real project that wasn't a simple purchase check up front. This was actual a little bit of construction work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I need a motion for the approval of the consent agenda. Do I
So
have-
moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor of it moving forward, say yes.
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 Opposed, no. Mr. Todd Daniel with VDOT. Mr. Burnett, you have, go ahead.
One moment, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. What I'd like to do, we are very, very blessed to have a new department head here at the county, Ms. Brandy Rosser. She has come on as our new General Properties Director as of February 1st. We've had more snow and ice in the last 2 weeks than we have in the last 5 years, and so I'm blaming her for that. But we just wanted to introduce her to you all. She's done an extremely great job over the first couple of weeks, and we look forward to having some more. If she'd like to make a quick comment to the board,
That'd be fine. Hi.
Hello, Chairman, members of the board. As Mr. Burnett had said, my name is Brandy Rosser. I am coming to Franklin County from Warren County, Virginia, so a little bit closer to the city, but moving this way to get closer to my daughter who's at Virginia Tech and my family who's in North Carolina. With Warren County, I was their General Services Director. Most recently, also their Grants and Special Projects Coordinator, so I have a pretty thorough background of grant writing, project management, and property maintenance. So the last 2 weeks have been wonderful. You guys have some great staff, and I look forward to working with each of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Todd Daniels with VDOT. Madam Clerk, do you have him?
Mr. Daniels, can you hear us?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Now, yes.
All right, I'm going to do my normal report. But before I do, I've got a comment on some of the work we've been doing lately. As you all know, the ice was quite an event in Franklin County. We counted the trees in hundreds and hundreds that have been down across our roads, and of course, we see that with the power outages that we had over the weekend and what have you. One important message today is the teamwork between our crews and the local fire departments. I had a superintendent reach out to me specifically to tell me that, Todd, we couldn't have gotten this done this weekend without the fire departments cutting trees. I fully expect the fire departments cut as many trees as we cut, as our crews cut, to try to get the roads open. So that was a big deal in my mind to get the roads back open in the county. It took quite an effort on everybody's part. So I appreciate, and we appreciate the fire department's help on all of that, and public safety as a whole, that is. Moving on into the regular report for maintenance activities for previous 30 days, I'll note that the work at Blue Bend and Grassy Hill has been completed. I think Mr. Mitchell brought that up last month. We had a citizen that was seeking some help on some drainage, and we completed that. Moving on to the next 60 days, we've got several projects still in the planning or underway. The first of which I'll mention is K Fork Road. Mr. Cund, if you know, we've been working on this for quite some time. Yes, sir. We haven't made a lot of progress, but we continue to make progress. We still working with Appalachian to work out the easement and some of the nuances around the elevation of the pipe as it relates to Smooth Mountain Lake. But we have ordered some materials, and we are moving closer to the replacement. I still don't have a date to give you, but we are definitely moving closer. Thank you, sir. Red Valley Road, yes, sir. Route 657 Red Valley is currently closed. We are replacing a low water structure there. It's a few pipe with a concrete surface. We've gotten several calls about that. We hope to finish that by the end of the month or very early in March. We closed Route 795 Stave Mill Road, which is up near Route 640 and the 40 intersection. We've got a pipe under Stave Mill that's rather deep that has failed, and we are working to replace that as we speak. Route 1340 Sleepy Hollow is still remains very high on our radar. We, if you remember from last month, I reported the same, and it's basically one way in, one way out subdivision,
and we've got a pipe near the entrance that is failing, and we need to replace it. So we're working to manage the situation as it is today and get the pipe replaced. So we've got to work out a few details, but it's stable for now, but definitely high on our radar. Coming soon, I don't have a date, but we're actually going to do a little work on the Route 688 Poteet Road Bridge over the Pig River. There's some deck timbers and some other parts of the bridge we need to replace. So we'll close that for a couple days. We just don't have the date on that yet. Moving on to page 2. I don't have a whole lot in the way of project updates, but I did want to mention the Route 40 bridge over Tharp Creek in the western part of the county. It is closed. We closed it on February 3rd. We've gotten quite a lot of feedback from residents and just road users up there. It's not a very high traffic situation, but the detour is Dry Hill Road. And we've made some sign improvements, and we are discussing in placing a center line on Dry Hill for the duration of the project, just to improve the detour route. But we have made some interim improvements since the closure. The other one I wanted to mention is actually not on your list, but we are working in our district office to get a shoulder improvement project on Route 834 Brooks Mill Road between Burnt Chimney Road and Scruggs Road. We're working to get that project advertised, and it will include some shoulder work, some shoulder paving, and some shoulder rumble strips. We can't put them everywhere through that section, but we're working to improve it as best we can. More to come on that as we get that figured out, but we're hoping to get that thing to advertisement pretty soon. Page 3, we talked about this speed completed safety study on 616 and Scruggs last month. I won't repeat that. That's just the note is a repeat of what I said last month. We've got a couple other safety studies in the works, as you'll see, and the Route 122-636 project under project status. We'll receive bids later this month, and we expect to go to work on that this spring. Now, you will note the fixed completion date is May 2022. That's what we've got written in our status, and that is not the message that we had given you all before. However, we do have a substantial completion in that contract that will get the traffic on the roundabout by the end of the year. The work that will proceed into the winter will be cleanup work, and we're actually doing some relocation of the Hardy Road segment that intersects with 122, so we'll have to demolish the old pavement and dress that area up. So there'll be work continuing, but it won't be work to move the traffic. Our new traffic pattern will be in effect by the end of this year, like we had told y'all all along. So we worked hard to make sure that was the case, and I didn't want anybody to misunderstand why that note talks about 2022. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's all that's my update for today, and I'll take any questions.
Mr. Daniel, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, and I'm sure the rest of them can echo the same, I'd like to thank you as well as Director Ferguson and Major Sigmund for this past weekend under the ice storm, all of the calls that were answered and how things were smoothly taken care of. I heard that there was somewhere in excess of 200 calls that were answered, and for that we're very appreciative and thankful to you all for the service that you did to our county. With that is Tim.
I have a question for Todd. Mr. Daniels? Is he still there?
Todd, you still there?
Mr. Daniels, this is Tim Tatum.
Yes, I'm here.
Just had one quick question. A road that you all had spent some time on in the Ferrum area last year, Pembroke Road, they put a new low water bridge in last year. If you could have someone check on that location. I just noticed it this morning that when they put the new bridge in, I think the water flow must have been changed somehow. And it's eroding out one of the banks just on the north side of the bridge. And if it continues, I'm afraid what's going to happen is it's going to cut around the bridge that you worked so hard to put in last year. It's going to eat around one side of it, and we'll be in a bad situation again. If you could have someone check on that, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yes, sir. We will definitely take a look. We may, just from the sound of it, we may have to do some riprap armoring or something to the slope. So
I think
we will
so.
look at that and work on that.
I thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mitchell?
Hey, Todd, it's Ronnie Mitchell. How are you?
Doing well.
I just wanted to say thank you for taking care of the citizens on Blue Bend, and give all your crews a pat on the back. I saw them out there working hard. I know they're tired, so appreciate them.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Daniels, for your report. Appreciate it a whole lot.
Thank you.
Penny Hall with the West Piedmont and Central Virginia Health Districts. Ms. Hall, if you'll come forward, please, to the podium. Thank you.
Okay, I'm on the VDH website. Which one? I know you were. Right here? Perfect. Okay, it's loading. Okay, and then here's the mouse and screen if you need anything.
Wonderful. All right. Well, good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board.
There you go. Will you talk into the mic, please?
I sure will. So good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. I'm Penny Hall, the Chief Operations Officer for the West Piedmont and Central Virginia Health Districts. So in this role, I not only oversee the budgetary and finance pieces of the health districts, but also the human resource aspect, as well as emergency response and preparedness, which certainly is a big part of vaccine rollout. So, since this pandemic began, golly, what a year it's been and what a difference it's made. We've been on that front line along with our public safety partners, Carilion Franklin Memorial, really trying to, wrap our heads around the coronavirus pandemic response efforts, really trying to initially stand up our testing sites, and then most recently looking at doing vaccination sites. I'm pleased to say, and I don't know if Billy Ferguson is here or is...
It's right behind you.
Oh, hey, Billy. Don't want to steal all his thunder, but he's been super instrumental, along with Carilion Franklin, in trying to set up weekly vaccination sites here in Franklin County. And I'm so pleased to say that we have finally achieved that. So beginning in March, there will be a weekly Wednesday vaccination site at our Franklin Center here in Franklin County. We initially expect this to be a 100 vaccine throughput, meaning 100 doses will be administered at that site. And I'll explain a little bit about why that number is lower right now as we move into greater vaccine numbers, hopefully in the very near future. But this has been a huge partnership and effort, and I just really thank Public Safety, Franklin County, and Franklin County Memorial for really helping us make this happen. So vaccine allocation, I know that was some of the questions and some of the topic that people had here today, and certainly it's confusing and it's very frustrating, and we recognize that. You're probably aware that the state receives 129,000 vaccines each week from the federal supply chain. This is up 23% from the 105,000 that they initially were receiving. From that 129,000, those vaccines are then allocated out to the 35 health districts across the Commonwealth. So that allocation is based roughly around a 3% population density look at every health district. So for West Piedmont, of course, that's Franklin County, Patrick County is included in that, as well as City of Martinsville and Henry County. So you've got 4 localities within that. Roughly, we get around 1,600 doses per week in West Piedmont, and that has just been a recent, within the last few week, consistency. Before that, 1 week we got absolutely 0 within that allocation. So while it's minimal, at least it's a consistent weekly allocation we can count on for planning purposes. Unfortunately, when the allocations were looked at, they don't base that on individuals within the health districts that would meet what we call the Phase 1A and 1B groups. So I can show you what those are on here just very quickly if you haven't seen those. Go over to our, getting to the right part of the, and this has been very slow to load today, so, oh good, it's here. So you can see Phase 1, of course, was our initial rollout. So those are our healthcare providers, healthcare system, hospital employees, long-term care facilities, assisted living facilities. So that was the initial when the vaccine first arrived in Virginia after emergency authorization. Shortly thereafter, the governor announced the move to 1B and then expanded that grouping quite a bit. So in 1B, and if you click on it, you can get this really nice kind of look at what that looks like. So that is going to be all of your police, fire, hazmat, school teachers, corrections, local jails. I mean, it's a huge group. So when they were looking at the allocation, you know, that 1,600 that we get per week, you can imagine that doesn't even begin to canvass this entire grouping. You know, when I just did some quick data look, so as of the 2019 census data for Franklin County, I'm sure it's probably a little greater in 2020, was 56,000 people roughly in the Franklin County boundaries. Of that population, 24% or 13,440 individuals are in that 65 and over category. So that is just one component. And then you also see all these frontline essential workers as well as your 1A provider group. So a pretty expansive population. Looking at that, it's well over 50% of the population for Franklin County. And again, getting 1,600 doses, you can see why that's a very slow vaccination effort right now. Additionally, the governor, and you can see this on this slide here, put a little bit of more prioritization to those groups in 1B for essential workers, stating that 50% of our allocation of 1,600 should be dedicated to individuals 65 and older within the district, which includes Franklin County. And then the other 50% would be wrapping up any of the last 1A group providers that need vaccination, as well as school teachers, jail employees, childcare facilities, manufacturing, all these other individuals. And then the priority list you can see here under the definition of frontline essential worker, the little bullets, that these are the order the governor expects us to do that in. So I think a lot of the questions I get, and I was on a conference call last week with a group of industry individuals within our health district and another neighboring health district, and I got the question, when are we going to get our vaccine? We're in manufacturing, you know, we have frontline employees out there on the lines. When is that going to happen? You know, and unfortunately, that is going to take a few more weeks to get that level of vaccine. Again, looking at these priorities, police, fire, correctional facilities, childcare, teachers, you know, that's a huge group. I'm, you know, thankful to say and very proud of the work in our health district that we are getting second shots and finish those for the most part at the end of this month for all of our school teachers. So that allows us some opportunity to move into these other priority tiers. Our next concentration will be our local jails as well as some of our childcare facilities. As you know, the governor's priority is getting schools opened and children back in classrooms safely. So that's kind of, you know, when you look at this, this is kind of our kind of marching orders of how the vaccine is to roll out in our locality. Any questions on that piece right now? And then I'll talk a little bit about how we've worked the strategy to kind of try to meet this with a very limited vaccine in the district. Any questions on the priorities themselves or where people fall? Okay. So from the beginning, like I said, we were on the front lines. We were working this with our partners, and in close partnership, we have actually even formed a coalition team within the health district because we feel like it's a district-wide effort. Certainly, it's locality-specific and you know, municipality-centric, but it's also a district effort. How can we pull our resources together and accomplish more? Certainly public safety, Billy Ferguson was instrumental in helping in that group. It just initially jumped in there as well as our Carilion Franklin Memorial Partners. So in doing that, we were looking at these 1,600 doses to allocate, and we have, when somebody is approved to handle the vaccine, disseminate the vaccine, they have to go through certain CDC requirements and agreements. It's a pretty lengthy process. Not all providers, not all pharmacies want to take on that challenge, and there's a lot to that process. But we do have 22 partners and providers, including pharmacies in our healthcare systems, that are eligible for our vaccine allocation. Because currently, as it stands, this is different from what it was around 3 weeks ago, all current vaccine comes to the health department. So that 1,600 doses that comes in is the entire dosage that comes into this area. It doesn't go to pharmacies outside of CVS, which I'll mention in just a moment, how they uniquely did that a little bit differently. All of that vaccine comes into our health district, and then myself and our nurse manager and our health director, Dr. Gately, strategically look at, how can we allocate this out? The Moderna vaccine is the vaccine that we are currently receiving. We haven't received Pfizer yet, but we do now have storage capacity to house that. So the Moderna has to be issued in lots of 100 doses. So the minimum you can allocate is 100 doses. And you can imagine 22 people vying for this. Every week, somebody doesn't get something. And unfortunately, we kind of make that priority choice to say, well, if you got it this week, you may not get it next week. And those are at a 100-dose allocation. So again, a very small quantity, but I can tell you our providers, our pharmacies, our hospital chains that are receiving that dosage, that has gone very quickly. I mean, they have people ready for that vaccine. Certainly one thing that we have encouraged and so far have been fairly successful is when we allocate the vaccine, we're ensuring that people take the folks off of our registration list. So they're not keeping separate lists at their, doctor's offices or different places, that they actually will take some places, some people off of our list. That doesn't always happen, but our pharmacies are really, really good about doing that, as well as our healthcare systems. Some of our providers, they want to see their patients, and they might be on our list, so then we can check that and take the duplication off. But we have had some good success in trying to ensure that people that register are going to get that vaccine, rather than people just kind of shopping around to different areas to get that vaccine. And we know that happens. That is one downfall of our previous system. It was called VAMS. We're going into a new one called PrepMod, which most hospitals are using as well. It allows for what we call a closed clinic setup. Formerly, if we put a link out there and gave it to an individual, they could see what links are open in another health district, in another state, in another area, and they could go to different places to get a vaccine. So unfortunately, all the vaccine that we provided here in Franklin County or Patrick County or City of Martinsville or Henry County may have been used by somebody in a different location. And we realized that was a problem. This vaccine is intended for this community and our district. It's a federal vaccine, so we can't turn people away, but we wanted a way to kind of ensure that our citizens, our community members, were reached and not other people coming into those pods or points of dispensing to receive that vaccine. The new system does allow for that, so we feel like that is less of an issue or a concern as it was previously. But really our strategy has truly been our partnerships, which have proved invaluable to us. CVS, I mentioned. So when they initially rolled out the vaccine, like I mentioned, the assisted living facilities, the long-term care facilities, CVS and Walgreens were the names everybody knew. They were in this federal partnership to get the vaccine directly from the federal government, just like the state of Virginia does. Comes to the Department of Health and then to the health districts, like I explained. CVS has decided now, since the assisted living facilities and some of the nursing home facilities have finally almost wrapped up their vaccination efforts, they are now branching out with that partnership to actually do the vaccines at their locations. And as you probably have heard and you've seen in the news, there were 36 locations selected by CVS, and actually 2 were in the West Piedmont District, 1 in Rocky Mount in CVS. So they are tasked with vaccinating those 65 years of age and older. And we have tried as a department, VDH as a whole, to work with them to ensure that they use our registration link. To date, that still hasn't been super successful on integrating that, so they do have a separate link that may not be attached to our VDH link. We're still working on that at our central office level in Richmond, but unfortunately, that's still not resolved as of today. Any questions on the CVS piece? Because I know that's a lot of question, like how do they get vaccine and others don't? I will tell you they will be receiving 26,000 doses per week, and that 26,000, because it's coming directly through that federal partnership, does not impact the 129,000 the state of Virginia gets as a whole, or the 1,600 specifically West Piedmont gets for Franklin County, Patrick, Henry, and City of Martinsville. So it's an addition, and it is, a good thing to supplement the limited vaccine we're getting as well. But unfortunately, we wish our list linked up on that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate it.
Sure.
I had several questions, but you asked about CVS.
Yeah.
There is a lot of confusion, as you can, and I'm sure you know this, with my constituency about there's not a single point of entry like you guys would hope that it would be. So people are not understanding, how do I get on the CVS list? How do I get on another pharmacy list? Is it the same as going through the local health department? The communication in the rollout in Virginia has been poor. And I have stated this to our local legislators. And we've got to find a way. I mean, I've got people that are 65 and over that supposedly are on that health department, West Piedmont list, and they're not getting calls. And when they call to inquire, nobody's answering the phone. And if they do answer the phone, people are very, shall I say, short with them. I know everybody's overworked and taxed, I get it. But I don't know how to inform my constituency with any degree of consistency or accuracy as to why you're 65 and over and we're only going to have a 100-dose clinic. How much sense does that make? And why can Carilion patients walk in a doctor's office and request a form for a vaccine and show up and get a vaccine? There is no methodology that is consistent in the delivery of this vaccine. I want to know how we're supposed to interact with our constituents to get there.
Well, I sense your frustration, and I certainly understand it. We have heard those very same questions, Ms. Smith. So one thing that is launching today, and I'll start with that, is we recognize there were multiple points of entry, and there's still going to be this one with CVS, but each health district did a little different. While we're under VDH, we're all, I don't want to say independent, but we have our uniqueness that meets our community needs. And so everybody had a little bit different way of doing it, and that was not going well, as you pointed out. There was, confusion, concern, frustration, both internally at VDS and certainly in our community. So the state, as you probably are aware, took down all of the links that were on each individual of those 35 health districts Friday evening at 5 p.m. to stand up and launch this morning what they're calling the centralized pre-registration avenue. And, one thing to rest assured, and we keep communicating this, and we just updated our Facebook page and district website, is that if you pre-registered before, be it through a health department internal online link, or you filled out one of the paper forms that we had at some of our government buildings here in the district or libraries, all of that information was still captured. Like they integrated and moved all of that to just what you're describing that was needed, that central point of entry. It's not going to be always perfect, but at least everything is now in one avenue. People don't need to call, do I call my Franklin County Health Department? Do I call this health department? Do I call my doctor? It's all integrated through that chain. So the unique tool on that I know people were asking because they were calling our offices too, and you can imagine the calls are coming in, they're not getting answered. the lines are busy. There is a way they can go in and check, am I registered? You know, am I pre-registered on that? I'm not sure, you know, I'm confused, I'm wondering. You can click that. It's as simple as putting in your name, telephone number, and your date of birth that's unique to you, and you can see, and it'll pop up right there, you're registered. Or if you don't get that, you know, you're not registered. So there is that capability that's out there now, and it's the new link, and it's vaccinate.virginia, spelled out, .gov. For all of those reasons you just described, absolutely trying to ensure it's a simple process that's not so confusing. And I know the communication, while it's been coming fast and furious, has not been as good as we would have liked it as well.
Just to follow up, if I
Sure,
may.
absolutely.
These categories that have been set up through VDH, the over 65 and so forth, and predisposed illness.
Right.
There is, let me just say that it doesn't appear that that is being analyzed. It's just kind of like, we just hope that you're 65 and over, or we just hope that you've got a predisposition, but nobody's checking that. So how do we know if these phases are worth the paper they're printed on?
Now, for the 65 and older, to look at the age category, certainly they're putting that on their consent form. When they come for the vaccine, you know, you're putting your date of birth. So we can kind of definitely say, okay, yes, you meet the age requirement or you don't. Now, the 16 to 64, and I was just on a call with Richmond this morning asking for this very clarification or guidance to wrap around that 16 to 64 with comorbidities.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, you can't really ask and look at somebody and say, I think you've got diabetes, or, you know, that you have some of this, you know, comorbidity or underlying medical condition that makes you eligible. And that is frustrating, you know, because sometimes that's a hard way to determine that. You know, we kind of use that, we trust people are going to be honest. That sometimes happens and sometimes doesn't. But we are looking, because that group is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, 16 to 64, and even with comorbidities, is that the same if you're at this age group or that age group? So we have asked, and I was on that call this morning asking specifically, can we get some clarity? Like, where should we start in that group? The vaccine is so limited right now. We want to certainly prioritize those at highest risk. Just like we did with our nursing facilities and our healthcare workers, we need that same approach. So there, I know that there is a call tomorrow to kind of dissect that a little bit, to wrap some more guidance around that. But unfortunately, just like you've said, you know, that is a hard one to do outside of the age when they put that on their consent form.
Thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have our media guy here, Mr. Mike Allen. I want to make sure he heard what you were saying. First of all, thank you and your staff so much. This is really important. I know we're learning as we go, but I hear the same stuff that Lori's talking about. People are frustrated, but we'll get through it. I know we will. So you're saying there's now one place everyone can go, and that's vaccinate.virginia spelled out .gov.
Yes, yes. And there was a news release as well from our
Okay.
Richmond office about that.
You got that, Mike? Now, Major Sigmund, we've talked about I would love to see us make this mud clear up with our citizens. We have the capability of the paging system that you guys have.
Code
Do you
red.
mind talking about that real quick? Because if now you're saying there's one place our citizens can go, we need to get that out. And I think what you have would be a great way to get that out.
We have Code Red, which is an alert system that we can push out this website and address to, so
Okay.
get out. No, I will put a plug in for Code Red. They need to go in and sign up for that. It's not just a broadcast. You got to go in and sign up and sign
We
up
can
correctly.
hit the people that are signed up, right?
Yes, sir.
So thank you, Major. So and then you're telling me that West Piedmont gets 1,600 doses a week.
A week.
So but then that's split up between Franklin, Patrick, Henry, and Martinsville City.
That's correct. And out of then we allocate that through the localities equitably to those different providers, those 22 approved providers, which includes our healthcare system. So Carilion Franklin is included in that because at this time they do not get independent vaccine like they did initially.
Okay, so that's roughly 400 doses a week for our county, if you divide them up evenly, right?
Yes, yes.
And now the 100 doses every Wednesday at the Franklin Center, does that come out of that same pot?
That does come out of that. We also move that to some of your provider offices and pharmacies in the area. So we try to look at that, to ensure that each locality is well represented within that. I know that we've also, with our coalition team, looked at could we combine that and have one big effort? Because I know people kind of want to see bigger numbers. We don't have the vaccine to constitute that, but at least if we maybe pulled it together and we did a traveling something, could that feel more like, an effort is out there in the community? It's something we've talked about. We're not resigned to that yet.
So, and then you said CVS gets 26,000?
26,000 across their 36 locations in the Commonwealth.
And that's a week?
That, yes.
So-
And they're, again, we don't, because that's coming from the federal partnership they're in, Virginia or VDH does not allocate or, we're not involved in that. But my understanding is their expectation as part of that partnership is they vaccinate 100 individuals every day at each store. So for the Rocky Mount CVS, that would be 100 doses vaccinated every day. And I'm assuming that is a 7-day spread, since they are open 7 days a week.
Okay, wow.
Mr.
CVS is getting more than you guys. The last question I have that a lot of my constituents are asking, how does Southwest Virginia compare to Northern Virginia? What's the percentage of people vaccinated in Northern Virginia compared to Southwest Virginia?
We already know that.
Quite a bit more. Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
why is that?
Their allocation is going to be, again be based on their population. So they're going to have more allocation out there.
My question would be per population.
Right.
So
Right.
they got 1 million citizens, we got 55,000, whatever it may be. The percentage should still be the same no matter what. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes.
So are you still saying that it's unbalanced? They're per population, they're getting more than Southwest Virginia?
I think they're per population getting around that 3%. That's how VDH at our state level is disseminating that to the districts. If I can show you just very quickly.
Yes,
and
please show
You've
me.
probably seen this tool, if I can refresh that. The vaccine dashboard. And this is, so out of that 1,600 doses that we talked about, you will see on here, if you hover over, and you can do this, so you can go up here and look at, okay, Warren County, Frederick, you can see doses administered. So that is individuals who got their first dose vaccination. When you look at, I'm just going to pull it down to Franklin County. Again, this is on the public site, so you can go out there and look at this and track it. Very similar to what we had when we had the
That's Bedford
COVID
County.
testing
You gotta come
sites.
down one
So if
more.
you look at Franklin, let me go over here. So you're going to see 7,443,000 doses were administered, 1920 fully vaccinated. So per 100,000, I think this may get to some of the data you're looking for, is 13,281. So
So I can send my
you mentioned like a
constituents
northern, so, let's look at some of these like Loudon. When you look at per 100,000, we're actually doing
We're doing pretty
a
good.
little bit better.
So we need to just tell our constituents to go to this. What is,
This is, if you go to, I don't know if it's going to pull all the way up, but it's www.vdh.virginia.gov / well, actually, if you just go to that and then click COVID-19 resources, you're going to easily be able to see that. And I think that's where it puts it because, one of the things we keep getting, and I know I've got recently, just from a constituent last week, actually from Franklin County, last Friday, is why don't we have the big drive-through pods? I see those in other health districts. Well, we don't have the vaccine, and then we've been purposeful, planfully purposeful is kind of how I say it. We're passionate about serving the community. We want to have a touch point in every part of our community. In working with our, emergency management teams across this district and our coalition group of providers and hospital leadership, we kind of looked at that. And we wanted to make sure that we had something routinely, several days, 5 days a week, some Saturdays, not just the one big lights in the tent, and we wanted to make sure we had something every day for individuals somewhere within our health district. So that's kind of where we didn't take all of ours and save it up and then have this big number of vaccine. But when you look on the map, you see that we're just as effective. We're very impactful in a very positive way to this. And I think sometimes just seeing the numbers like, oh, wow, Franklin's only done 7,443 first doses. But then you start looking at that rate per 100,000. Compare it to some others. Here's like Pennsylvania County, not to point them out, but you could scan this over everyone. Now Amherst doing a little bit better. You can kind of move this, and this updates every day by 10 o'clock. So this is data from yesterday, and they updated it as of 10 a.m. this morning. But this is a terrific tool. Definitely, constituents, definitely share widely with them.
Mr. Cundy?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I thank y'all for what you do. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I know it's like Mr. Mitchell said, it's a learning process.
It is.
Very much so. But I have a problem anytime you put something on a computer and you tell people just go look it up.
Sorry.
Give me this, give me that, just look it up. Well, it takes me an hour and a half to watch 60 Minutes. So I ain't the brightest bulb in the pack. But what I'm trying to say is, you're dealing with also an older generation. And a lot of us don't have computers. A lot of us don't have a savvy to find that. And I would like to see, instead of being all this computer stuff going on, I think you need to have a helpline number. In other words, a 1-800 number, you call this number, and you'll give them the information on what, where's the vaccination going on, what's going on, what's the best time, or make an appointment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, computers are good, but don't nothing beat the old 1-800 number or whatever like that, because like I said, a lot of elderly people don't have computers. A lot of elderly people don't have cell phones. Mm-hmm. And I think they're all worried as much as everybody else is. But I would like to see a number set up for them, for people that don't have a computer, people that don't have a cell phone. I like to see a number set up where they can call and find out about this. I'd greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we recognize, there's a huge aging population in our more rural communities. And Franklin County, as you mentioned, is no exception to that. You will see at the top, now this is the main 877 VDH, Ask VDH 3. So this is the number. If you have a question about COVID, and soon the governor is announcing later this week that will actually be where people can actually call for the pre-registration. Currently, they're calling our office. So if they're not doing it through this new link or what we had in our old links, they would call our actual and get a person. Sometimes a personal touch is a good thing. They have a lot of questions. They have a lot of anxiety and frustration and fear and concern and questions, and sometimes having a live person. So there is this number out there, but like you said, if you don't have a computer, how do you know that number?
Well, I would like to see somebody advertise it on TV or radio or something like that to help people understand that there is somewhere that you can call if you don't have a computer or whatever.
Exactly.
I'd greatly appreciate it.
Yes, no, I understand that and hear that. And one thing that we did start a few weeks ago, and I think probably maybe Mr. Whitlow probably gets that, some others, is what we're calling our West Piedmont kind of weekly newsletter wrap-up. So it has some of this critical information, but after hearing you, it makes me think, while we have the site listed on that little newsletter, that might be good. And that goes to all of our media partners, newspapers, government officials throughout the district, county administrator, everyone that needs that touch point for that information. And it can be shared very widely. So if you have that to slip in on, something that you're mailing out to residents in Franklin County or local newspaper, but it's making me think that, like, this data, while it's still going to represent that moment in time, but maybe on that, Friday when this goes out, when we hover over Franklin County, we could list that out, kind of these are the doses administered. It might just help give some perspective to that. Very, very good point. We have the site that we put in our last week's edition of that newsletter, but maybe having that spelled out for individuals that just need to see that on paper.
Mr. Carter?
Just a quick comment. Thank you, Ms. Hall, for all this information. As an elected official, we all get these phone calls, and I was looking at some of this data. Franklin County has roughly 56,000 population, Patrick 50,500, Henry 17,000, Martinsville 12,852. That's roughly a total of 136,409 people, and we're getting what, 1,600 vaccines per week?
Yeah.
That's pitiful.
It is very pitiful, and I have been.
I am
on
disappointed in our state. I am very disappointed in our governor, and we should do better than this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Totally
I agree
agree.
with you.
I've been on a couple calls with the delegates' offices, asking about this, what's going on, and trying to explain that. And just like you, they know we're working really hard, but we just don't have the vaccine. And that's one thing, too, I want to emphasize with our coalition team, our partnership within the district with our providers, our healthcare systems, emergency management and planning. We have, I feel in full confidence saying we have the infrastructure built. Like we have got even MOU signed for bigger, what we call points of dispensing vaccination sites. So when that vaccine really opens up at that federal level to us, we're ready. It's just we need that vaccine. This is why you see such a small trickle. I mean, I think we're still being impactful. We're making a good difference. One shot in an arm is better than none. But yes, it is a slow amount of vaccine coming here.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not pointing the finger at you.
Sure.
I'm just sort of pointing the finger at the system as a whole.
Yeah, we
I've
feel
been
that too.
I've been working with Kathy Byron and directly, and she found out she was on a phone call with VDH, and evidently it's either Pfizer or Moderna are doubling their distribution amount to the Commonwealth. Have you heard that?
I have heard that they were starting that process. And some of it, Pfizer, I think they probably didn't pull down as much initially, potentially, because we, needed to order freezers. They have to be kept at a certain temperature. Then that's why the vaccine initially was Pfizer and went to our healthcare systems because they had the capacity to take care of that. So yeah, I do believe in all the phone calls I'm on, even as early as this morning, before this meeting, talks about the vaccine supply increasing next month, so I think it's starting to happen. We just need to, we're just ready. We've been ready for a while. And certainly I know you hear that from your constituents and just neighbors, anybody that is asking those questions. So we're ready when it comes, and we're hoping that is going to be in the next few weeks. We're going to see that.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, thank you very much for coming, and I just had a question that I hear that there's a problem getting your second shot with CVS.
Your second shot at CVS?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have not heard that yet. Now, typically, and when we do this at the health department, and that would be my understanding, what they should follow as well in that partnership is they should be writing, because you get your little card, here's your first vaccine, it has the lot number and the name, where you got it, and then they schedule you for that appointment. So essentially, every clinic has a second clinic you schedule immediately for that same group you vaccinated, this date you're going to have come back. So I have not heard that specifically, but I will check on that, and I can email that back to get a response back to this group here. I have not heard that specifically, though.
Well, I do know one lady in particular that got the first shot, a friend, and she's not been able to get her second, but, this was a few days ago. She could have gotten it by now.
May have got it. Do you happen to know if she was given a date to return to that specific, the Rocky Mount CVS?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I will certainly check on that. That's good information to know. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Tatum, go ahead.
I'd just like to echo what the others have said. Just want to thank you so much for coming today and for your crew. I mean, I know it's an uphill battle, and this is very unprecedented times. We've never seen anything like this, and I think, you've stepped up, you serve our community well. And me personally, I went and received my second shot yesterday at the Harvester. Right. And I would like to just say thank you to your people, for Carillion's staff, and also to our Sheriff's Department and public safety people that worked with them as well. There's a lot of grief going on around our country in reference to our law enforcement agencies, and I just want to compliment ours for a job well done, Sheriff. I want to compliment Captain Holland and his crew, our cops, volunteers that were standing down there in the cold rain yesterday. directing traffic, helping people across the street. Just tell them and tell all the people that had a hand in it, just thank you so much. And also, I was glad to see that our cops people had some decent coats on yesterday. They looked good, and just tell them, everyone involved, whether it's VDH, Carilion, our public safety, sheriff's department, from the bottom of our heart, thank you. And we just appreciate the service that you do for our community.
We certainly could not accomplish anything at VDH without everybody you mentioned, Mr. Tatum. Everyone is critical to our mission, and that's why I say, I've been humbled and just really amazed at our partnership that came together very quickly. It's unprecedented times. Nobody, as much as you can plan for something like this, you never plan for this. It's well exceeded H1N1 or anything like we've ever seen before, and that's why I say, with confidence, that we are ready when this vaccine comes. It's just getting it here. That's the holdup in our system right now.
Ms. Hall, I have a question for you. I had a couple constituents call me with a concern. I couldn't answer it, don't know if you can or not.
Okay.
But there's a concern in the community for those that don't want to have the shot. They are unclear as to the consequences that it may have, side effects, et cetera, et cetera. I do not know the answers to that, but I was asked that if you didn't get the shot and you didn't get that card that comes with the shots now, are you going to be allowed to travel? Are you going to be allowed to go different places, get on an airplane and travel? Have you heard anything about that?
I hear on national news just some landscape about travel with airplanes back and forth. But I haven't heard anything specifically, to that, because it is under emergency authorization. So even mandating individuals, while, certain agencies you can, you got to look at that full spectrum. And I would say anybody that's going to consider that, talk with your, county attorneys, your agency attorneys, because there's a lot of pieces to that. What if there's a side effect down the road and you mandated your staff to take that? So, I can't really speak to some of the medical pieces of that, and I haven't heard of anything, especially in Virginia, but there is some national talk about travel, especially on airliners, maybe outside of the United States, what that looks like. But I haven't heard anything finalized yet on that piece.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming today and addressing the board.
Absolutely.
We thank you and appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms.
Appreciate
Hall.
it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
In light of time, we got another break at 3:05. Let's continue on if that's okay with everybody. Mr. Carter, if you'll come and with your presentation.
Here we go. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll try and be as brief as I can. There's not a lot in this monthly update that's different from what you've heard, so we should be able to go through fairly quickly. Data as of the month that ended, January 31st, looking at what we would, 7 months out of the fiscal year, about 58% is what we would expect to see. You can see for the most part, our revenues are trending above that level, so that's a good thing. Conservatively budgeting, if you remember. We've been talking about that several times. One of the things that we are taking a hit on, you'll see this in some further budget work sessions, is under the revenue from use of money and property. It's at 44% instead of 58%, and that's basically our interest income on investments. As you know, there's just no money to be earned in investments right now. Interest rates are at 0. So we're doing what we can, but it's a pretty substantial hit. But other than that, our other revenues are looking good. Federal, state level, our property taxes, our recurring sales taxes, all above where we'd want to be. From an expenditure level, our departments are doing well. The only one that's really above where we say a critical level is the public safety function, and that's related to CARES Act money again. It's at 67% instead of 58%. Okay. So to give you graphically real quick, revenues, just to give you an idea, we usually say there's very minimal growth in revenues. Well, as you can see by this chart, there's very minimal growth in revenues. There's not a lot of separation between those two lines there from prior year and current year. So to break it down by category a little bit, property taxes, you can see the increase of the yellow bar is the current year, the green line is the prior year. Yeah, we're at about 3 million as far as, well, it's about 2 million, 2.3 million as far as over general property taxes, mostly driven by real estate. Get into that a little bit more. Property, other local taxes are up. That's mostly driven by sales tax. Revenue from the Commonwealth is up. There's nothing significant in there other than just timing. So real estate, you can see compared to last year at the end of January, we're up by about 2.3 million. That's about 6%. If you remember, the reassessment was 5% and some change. So we're about where we'd expect to be this point in time. And as a percent of budget, we are trending very well compared to where we have been. When you look at prior years, we're at 99.3% of budget right now. So personal property tax, this one is, we'd like to see a little more growth there. That's their second largest tax in the county from a local level that we collect. It does drive a lot in our operations. We're up almost 50,000 compared to last year, 0.4%. It's still at 103% of budget. So from a budget perspective, we're good because we held back personal property so much with the uncertainty of the pandemic, what it may do to that. But as far as a year-over-year comparison, it is lagging a little bit. And one thing to keep in mind as well, the current year numbers do take the impact of the 5 cent reduction that we implemented this year in the tax rate. So that's probably somewhere around 250 to 350,000 that might be increased there. Local sales tax is continuing its upward trend, about $500,000. That's about 15.8% increase over prior year, which is good. I've been seeing a lot of news articles about online sales taxes here recently, and I'm glad to see at least other localities are having the exact same issues we are. The data really isn't available from the state to tell you exactly how much of that is online sales taxes, but we know it factors into it rather significantly. So meals tax is still down, 8,600, 1.1% compared to last year, but still well ahead of where we budgeted for it to be. You can see we're at 90% of the budget through January. So we're doing much better than we thought we would at this point. Occupancy taxes are still very high. They're up 56,000 or 51% compared to the same time last year. So you can see that's at 268% of the budget. So even with the restrictions that the state and the governor have placed on some of that lodging and the gatherings, we're still seeing a lot of that. And because of the limited hotels, most of that has to be short-term rentals for us. So general fund, the expenditures, if you'll notice the blue line is the current year. So that's exceeding what we see. If you look at December, it jumped, and then it's still up a little bit in January. But a lot of that is, you'll see a little later, is driven by CARES money. Because of that December 30th deadline, we had a sprint in November and December to spend all of that money. So there are a lot of invoices that were paid. And to break that down, you can see the public safety category. You see the yellow bar, which is the current year. We spent about $7.5 million in CARES money in this fiscal year. So that's why that looks so different and so much more than it has been in prior years. Otherwise, we're fairly flat across the board in all of our expenditure categories. And that just breaks down a little bit further. All of our social services and CSA, for the most part, are within range of acceptability. They're pretty static. So as far as fund balance, hasn't been much change, but if you will remember, this was updated for the $266,000 approved at the last meeting for the air conditioning project at Rocky Mount Elementary for the school system. So that drops it to $2.9 million above our 20% minimum. Still very healthy reserves for our fund balance. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Anyone got any questions for?
Question, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Look like, with the pandemic and everything, look like the county's still in pretty good shape. I think the figures are ahead of what we thought was predicted last year, so I'm very thankful for the people of Franklin County supporting the sales and supporting us, and I'm very thankful that it's better than what we predicted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. I have that, I see Ms. Chitwood's here, Kay's here, but I also have on here that Jody Brown was going to be, so is it both of you, or come forward, please? Welcome.
Hello, and good to be here with you today. I'm the secretary of the Electoral Board, for those of you who may not know that. And what I'd like to talk to you about today are some of the challenges and changes in election law, which I know sounds a little boring, so we'll try to not make it boring. Obviously, you all are very familiar with elections, and you all know that elections depend on basically two groups, and those two groups are people and equipment. Certainly on the personnel side, we know and you know that the people involved in elections are candidates, voters, and staff, and those are the most significant elements of any election. Now, looking at candidates, what does the registrar have to do with candidates? Well, she helps every office seeker with so many forms that you have to fill out, to reports, to petitions, to names, to results, just thing after thing after thing that you have to turn in if you're a candidate. And Kay Chitwood helps every candidate who asks about the 7 changes in law that took effect on July 1st regarding candidates, campaigns, and campaign finance. She's prepared to talk with any of you who are unclear about the 2 changes that took effect last month regarding reporting campaign finance and stand by your ad requirements. And she'd be more than happy to talk to you about the change that will come into force on January 1st, 2024. If you're looking that far ahead on things you have to do as a candidate. Now, while all these changes directly affect all of you, they also pertain to every elected position that the Electoral Board and the registrar staff support. Now, beyond that, which sort of is a little, we're all in this together message, are the voters. Think back to the U.S. Constitution. We, the people, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Those words from the U.S. Constitution and similar words from the Virginia Constitution are the foundation of the Commonwealth's philosophy. In 2020, Virginia significantly increased the opportunities for legal voters to cast ballots. The changes outlined in 18 new laws that took effect on July 1st, 2020, significantly increased the number of voters and therefore the assistance that the registrar's office is obliged to provide. Those changes include supplying pre-stamped envelopes to return voted ballots, providing individual attention to any voter who failed to complete required information on an absentee ballot. That one just blows my mind, but it's the way it is. And a very late requirement that any voter could drop off any absentee ballot into a secure container that all precincts, whether or not the voter was registered in that precinct, they would be able to use that container. So that happened, I'm a little off script here, but that happened after September 15th sometime. We had to get the containers, figure out how we were going to use them, figure out who was going to take care of them, figure out how we were going to keep them safe. All those things happened between the middle of September and November. 5 additional changes to increasing voter convenience may well become law in 2021 or 2022 if the legislature confirms changes that they passed in 2020. If any of you want to know about that, I can tell you about that later. The staff, which are our third category of people involved in elections, are the staff. The new requirements for helping candidates and for helping voters required significantly more staff to prepare mailings before absentee voting began on September 18th, 45 days before November 8th. Of course, all of you saw how popular early voting was for Franklin County voters if you ever came through this building in the fall. There were lots of folks lined up to vote. Every one of those voters needed attention from general registrar staff and other staff and officers of election. Mail-in and in-person voters totaled 12,232 people last fall. To give you a sense of what those changes will continue to affect every election, you should know that early absentee voting saw an increase last fall of 461% compared to past similar elections. While a primary may not attract over 12,000 early voters, experience tells us that early voters are likely to increase by over 400% as compared with any other election that is of similar type. Because of some of the changes in election law, we also had to do more training for the staff that serve Franklin County's 24 precincts. All of these demands will be in effect for the June 2021 primary and every election after that. Currently, the legislature is considering even more changes that will require more personnel time in how the central absentee precinct reports early voting. Current office personnel need salaries that are competitive with personnel in similar positions. We hope we can return at your convenience to focus on that particular topic. Economically, we got through last fall because the registrar's office received CARES Act funding. That money will not be available to fund the same needs in the remainder of this fiscal year and not in any future year. So the next big area of concern in holding an election is equipment. People are not the only necessary feature of modern elections. Electronic poll books are our immediate concern. Here you might need to have a little background. Any modification to the hardware, software, firmware, infrastructure, or any component of a certified electronic poll book will invalidate the prior certification. After ELECT published this requirement, EVID, which is part of VR Systems and the system we've used since 2016, decided it was not going to go through the process of recertification, which meant that we no longer had electronic poll books that would work. Today, Virginia has certified two kinds of electronic poll books, ePoll Tab, made by Demtech, and Poll Pad, made by No Ink. Now, I'm not responsible for the fact that these people have to have names that are so much alike. In any event, the Director of Elections, that's Kay Chitwood, the Electoral Board, and John Harrison, the Director of Franklin County's IT Department, agree that the ePoll Tab fits our needs and has the support system we want. Our complete request is your attachment number 7. We need to place the order for these poll books now if we are to have had time to set up the poll books, train the officers of election, and are to be ready for early voting that will begin in April. Electronic toll books are not the only equipment that is necessary. We hope that you will continue looking ahead to amassing the necessary funds to replace the voting machine tabulators in a few years when we will need to replace them. The last topic that I wanted to bring up is the cybersecurity. It's not exactly equipment, it's not exactly personnel, but it does depend on new standards that may well require additional equipment and personnel. We cannot forecast any specific expense today. However, to get an idea about this topic, you need to understand the security requirements that we now must abide by regardless of their expense. For example, Virginia will have a statewide audit this month, as announced on January 12th pursuant to Virginia Code 24.2671.1. The Department of Elections is coordinating an annual post-election risk limiting audit of ballot scanner machines used in the November 20 election. That's just one thing, and it happens this month. Another example is that by March 1st, which isn't so much later than this month, we must submit our required annual security standards report. Now, that report covers 21 different topics, each of which has numerous subtopics. In case any of you are interested, it's in this folder. So, with that, I hope I've brought you up to some of the challenges and changes in elections, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
Anybody got any?
Just have a comment. Thank you for all your efforts and
Well, thank you.
trying to make our elections go smoothly.
Thank you. I will spread that around.
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being with us.
Well, thank you.
Just as an education for me, the backup of any of the electoral board and election data, is that done by the county on Kay's part in terms of the backup? Is county IT working
yes.
to that extent?
Yes, we're getting so we can't function without John being there from time to time. He and his department are absolutely important. You may know, I hope you know, that this past year he had to put in an entirely new line so that when Kay is sending information to Veris, which is where all our stuff is kept in Virginia, it wouldn't go through the Franklin County electronic system. It's its own special dedicated line. So it's a completely different wire and all those things. That was just necessary. She sits in an office and looks at 3 different monitors, depending on which thing she is doing, which would drive me nuts, but she manages very well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Gundy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate
Well,
it.
thank you.
I have a problem with mail-in ballots. I know when I go to vote, I got to show my driver's license, all that stuff, and prove who I am. How do you verify a mail-in ballot?
When you vote, if you were to vote as a mail-in ballot,
Yes, ma'am.
you would sign an oath that says that all these things are true, and if you had altered them in any way or lied about it in any way, that you would be guilty of a felony, excuse me, you would become a felon. And actually, the only thing you show when you go vote anymore is your ID, and it doesn't have to be a picture ID, lots of different things. That's the only thing. We don't even repeat your address anymore, not out loud. We check the electronic poll book to see that you really are at that address, but we don't make a public statement about it anymore.
So you, with the mail-in ballots, you verify that this is a person from Franklin County?
Right, yeah, we look them up
And then
as they
some-
come in, every single one of those ballots.
Right, and it's up to them not to lie about it.
That's right. Well, yes, it is. And if we discover that they have lied about it, well, then we call the sheriff's office.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate
very
it.
welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am, for your
Well,
presentation.
thank you very much, and thank you for your time, and mostly, thank you for your willingness to cope with all of the demands and wants of Franklin County.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we've got to make a motion here on this and do a vote. They're asking for an estimated cost or a cost of $114,343. Most of this has been put back over time. There's an additional cost of $5,200 for training. That will come, 356,000 come from the balance of the board contingency. And from the fuel account of insurance for $1,844. Has anybody got any questions or comments in regards to this request? Most of this money's put back. With that being said, do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor by saying yes?
Yes.
Any opposed? No? Madam Clerk. All right, we'll take us a 10-minute break and come back at the end of that break for Mr. Whitlow. Brian Carter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, of course, this gentleman needs no introduction. Brian Carter, our finance director, and we'll probably team this one. Of course, Mr. Carter is going to walk the board through the budget presentation. Jumping ahead about a month, Brian, next month we will hope to present to you the FY 21-22 budget. Of course, the previous budget work sessions that we've had in January, we discussed where we are last month in January, this fiscal year for the 2021 budget. And then, of course, at your last budget work session, we focused on capital. Today, we want to give you an early overview of discretionary revenue, what we know in terms of how our local revenue picture's looking like in terms for next year, but then also maybe some preview of state revenue. What we do know is that the state and local revenues are not as bad as originally projected in the current fiscal year. That gives us some optimism going into next year. And you'll hear from Mr. Carter, it's nothing necessarily to write home about. It's not necessarily an economic boom, but it could be far worse. And so what I would tell you is the General Assembly, of course, is working this week. Their budget committees, we know there's been revised budget forecast at the state level. Brian will share what he knows there, but we do not necessarily know in terms of comp board revenue and a lot of the other things from the state. We're hoping to learn more later this week. We do have 2 more budget work sessions planned before we present the budget, one being next Tuesday and then another that following Tuesday, so the 23rd, I believe, and March the 2nd, I believe. The board may, at the end of today's presentation, give us some feedback as to if you wish for us to do a deeper dive into some areas, and we're going to suggest a couple of areas that we probably think need a deeper dive. I know the board has already mentioned the concern and wanting some information regarding law enforcement in terms of competitive pay, starting pay, and compression. That's an issue not only in our locality but statewide. So there's some areas that we need a deeper dive to get into. But if there are other departments or areas that you think that you may need some information on, certainly at the end of the presentation would be helpful to us. I think what you'll hear a lot about us talking about this year and as we go into the FY 22 budget is really about restoration. It's really restoring back a lot of what was taken out and going forward. But there are some possibilities for some areas that we can look at in terms of new growth, although, again, limited. So any feedback from the board today is certainly helpful to us in terms of rates, revenue, and any other information that you may have. We are, as I noted earlier, we are looking at prioritization from departments and getting feedback. We're just getting some of that in. We haven't had a chance to synthesize a lot of that. So, Brian, I'm talking. I'm going to give away your presentation. So
Before you go on, Mr. Whitlow, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Smith.
Are we still going to be having departmental budget presentations?
That's entirely up to the Board of Supervisors. That's certainly a discussion with the board, and that's why we wanted to have this discussion with you today.
Okay.
If there are specific areas that you want us to take a deeper dive, I think in terms of what the departments have requested so far, they've been very modest in terms of their requests. There are some areas of requesting of some new positions, and so we know we're picking the baton, if you will, back up from last year. So I think a lot of what you heard last year, and I would not necessarily want to speak for everyone, is certainly, the needs of those specific departments. Again, not necessarily a lot has changed other than we're rebounding in some revenues. It's just we're rebounding to get really back to last year's budget. So if that gives you any indication, and I think as Mr. Carter goes through, the presentation today, you'll see some things. And again, if we need to do some deeper dive for some specific program department areas, the next Tuesday or the following Tuesday, that would be really a good time to do so. That being said, after we present the budget on March 19th, I believe it's March the 19th, Brian. I'll have to look at the 16th, the third Tuesday in March. That being said, we will have additional opportunities for work sessions with the board to get into other items in terms of what is presented, what's recommended, but also if we need to bring in departments at that time as well. So there is some time before the budget public hearing in April. So,
Thank you.
yes, and Mr. Chairman, I will hand this microphone gladly over to Mr. Carter to walk the board through some of these slides.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So What we'll go through today is, every budget cycle, we start very high level and we start to drill down even more. Some of that is as the information from the General Assembly becomes available, it helps us. Some of that is through our department requests. As Mr. Whitlow mentioned, there are several departments that really ask for very little. It was a very status quo budget for them. There are other departments that have quite a few needs. So we're still synthesizing. We received a lot of the prioritized requests late last week. We're still pulling that together where there will be vetting and follow-up on that. So the other work sessions that Mr. Whitlow mentioned will probably be very substantial as far as that detail, depending on the board's direction and guidance. So to give you an overall look, just yesterday, the governor actually released some of his updated revenue estimates and budget picture. So this is almost hot off the press. So it looks like they're seeing through January a 6% increase over the prior year. They had projected about a 1.2% increase, if I remember correctly. So the state revenues are looking very well compared to where they thought they would be this time of year. So with that revenue picture, the governor's recommending adding a little over $730 million back to the biennial budget. So if you remember, they originally had projected a $2 billion loss over the 2-year window. Then they cut it to about $1 billion, basically, a little less, and now they're restoring. So this is almost, if I'm trying to add the math right, about restoring everything they intended to fund at the beginning of this 2-year window. Now what this does is give the General Assembly the numbers and the dollars that they will need to really ultimately pass a budget in this interim session. So there are some things we'll look at. We've seen a couple of competing proposals for what would, for us, would be compensation board-funded positions or constitutional offices. Some increases are at 3.5%, so that would be some additional state revenue we would receive. That will help our overall budget picture. We're waiting to see how that comes out of the committees and everything through crossover. We'll talk a little bit more about our school system as far as a lot of funding that's happening there. They're getting significant support, albeit probably one-time support for next year. And then social services as well, something that was delayed in the implementation is called the Family First Prevention Services Act. And that's basically in-home foster care prevention services. So if you remember from my normal presentations monthly, and even when we talk about CSA, foster care is a real big driver in cost at the social services level and at the CSA level. So this is a state initiative, well, I think driven by the federal government, but to really start to address that. So that actually becomes effective July 1st. And so there are some additional monies expected to be received for that for social services. So with that, on the school revenue outlook, what we have so far is that there is going to be increased support. The biggest piece for at least next year from an operations standpoint is the state is looking for a hold harmless provision for the drop in ADM. There's a significant projected drop in ADM for a school system. I believe it's about 375 students with what they have so far. So, but this will basically hold them harmless. So it's about $2 million. In the hold harmless, the net state revenue is $1.9 million. There are, of course, ins and outs, several pots of money. It, as of right now, is not planned to reoccur in future years. So this is a fiscal year 2022, next fiscal year, one-stop gap, and then we may have to look at what 2023 holds as to make up that shortfall if the state doesn't cover it. An additional pot of funding for the school system is the federal side. This is still part of the original coronavirus relief funding. So everything loves an acronym. So this is the Coronavirus Relief and Recovery Supplemental Appropriation, or CRRSA, as I have heard it called. I hope I'm saying that correctly. But right now, the Franklin County Public School System amount is about $6.5 million. Just like CARES Act money, it's one-time money, one-time funding. They have longer to spend it. They have until about September of 2023. There are restrictions on it. It does appear to be a little bit less restricted than what CARES money was for us. Most of it is to address learning loss. There are a lot of factors that we didn't put in this bullet point. But obviously, opening safely, sanitization measures, minimizing the spread, One of the things we're looking at least on our side, is the ability for facility repairs and capital improvements for the school system, mainly HVAC, ventilation, airflow. We know they still have several projects outstanding in their CIP, and this looks like a way that we may be able to use some of those funds to address some of that. So that's just right now, there's overall, for next fiscal year, the school system from a state and federal standpoint is looking pretty good. They may argue with me on that, but I think they're receiving a good chunk of money to open safely and to conduct business next year. So to give you move forward a little bit on our projections where we were, we said revenues are looking better, everything's looking up. Well, Mr. Whitlow mentioned a restoration, similar to what the state has done. They've restored funding. You'll probably see a lot of what they called as unallotted in their initiatives. They'll probably start funding those in the second year of the two-year biennium budget. For us, we'll probably look to do a lot of that as well. You just last month actually restored a little over $1 million in things that were cut out when we modified the budget. So a lot of this will trend. One of the things we did, just to remind you, we cut back our real estate collection percentage to 95.7% instead of 97%, which has historically been the ratio. We are at about 97% with what it looks like right now, so that did not drop off. So we do have additional real estate money. We did a kind of a level funding on personal property. Typically, we have a 3 or 4% growth in that line item at least in the good years, in healthy growth. And we flatlined that, so that's not taking nearly the hit that we thought it would. Sales tax revenue, we reduced 15%. We really haven't seen a reduction. We've actually seen an increase of probably 10 to 15%. Meals taxes, we had budgeted 25% reduction. We are seeing a reduction, but it's about 1%, not 25%.
What percent?
For meals, we're seeing about a 1% reduction.
Not 25, is that?
We budgeted for a 25% reduction, yes, sir. So for lodging, we had budgeted for a 50% reduction, and we're 50% above where we were last year. So interest income is the one that actually went the other direction. We thought we would have a 10% reduction. We're seeing I think it's about a 57% reduction through January right now in interest income. So well offset by these other revenues, but one that is seeing a bigger hit than we thought. And so those revenue losses, definitely the new revenue absorbed them. We are in a much healthier fiscal picture than we thought we would be about this time last year. So you mentioned that. There is nominal growth when you take out the restoration. So when you look at just what our normal growth is, we typically have 0.5% to 0.75% in real estate. That's driven by new construction growth outside of a reassessment year. Same personal property is about 3 or 4%. So as we're looking, the landscape doesn't look as bad as we thought. And so hopefully that continues. We don't see any indicators right now that it will not. What we're seeing in our discretionary revenue is a combination of two things. It's that restoration, and it's also some new growth, and it comes to a little over $3 million, what we think we'll have in discretionary revenue for next year. Most of that, if you note, the normal general property growth is about 1 to 3% in property taxes overall. Now, we're seeing a little bit more than that. We'll have a little bit more detail for you. But it's still about 3% in property taxes, 3.3%, and we'll have this for you. Healthy sales tax growth would be 5%-ish. 7% is fantastic. We've been seeing much more than that. Flatter declining interest, as I mentioned, down 57%. And as we're looking to, so this discretionary revenue, this assumption keeps tax rates, fees as they are today at the current rate. So that number does not include any anticipated revenue increases from that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind if I ask just a couple questions?
Pertaining to this, go ahead.
Before you go to the next slide.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that I'm comprehending this correctly.
Sure.
So as far as restoring this $3 million, what you're calling discretionary, is that part of the $6 million that we're recovering, or is this in addition to the $6 million restoration?
the 6.5 million for the school system that was referenced on the other slide.
No, like last year when we made all the cuts to anticipate what we thought was going to happen with COVID, that was about 6 million, right? Which we've put $1 million of it back, correct?
Right.
So if it was 6 million, we put $1 million back, that's 5 million. Are you saying we're putting 3 million back, or is this on top of the 5 million?
No, this is not on top of
So
the
this
5
would just
million.
be part of restoring what we originally anticipated last spring.
What we originally cut out, yes. This is
We're
mostly.
still 2 million short of what we cut with the 1 million we've already put back.
Yes, so I mean, some cuts probably were not mission critical, but mostly this 3 million restores us to about where we wanted to be at the start of this fiscal year.
Okay.
Yes.
I got you.
Okay. Yes. Sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, all right. So to take a little bit deeper dive into some of the priorities and the pressing issues with that $3 million, and I want to make sure we're, when I say discretionary revenue, the county's budget is funded by several revenue streams. We have local taxes, we have local fees, we have state, we have federal funds. Money comes in from different pots. So when we say discretionary revenue, that is mostly, well, entirely local taxes or state revenue that is collected by the state but is our local revenue, such as sales taxes. So all of that is our discretionary money. It comes with no strings attached. We do not have to actually fund something specific with that money. That would be the case with other state revenue streams, okay? So this is the money that we have to do priorities for the board. And one of the things that we're looking at, there are a lot of inflationary pressures or a lot of operational pressures. Insurance adjustments, VRS, maintenance service contracts, things just have normal inflationary factors. That's coming to almost $1 million. And that's across the entire county operation. So we'll continue to look at that. There may be some things where we decide, is that really critical? But right now it's $965,000. So that comes off the top of the $3 million. The other priority considerations that we had to cut out is really looking at our employees and what they've had to endure this year. We had a 3% cost of living increase. We had to cut that out. This is looking to restore that. That's $664,000 almost in order to do that. It would be restoring the capital. That was one of the things we used to balance the budget. We took out almost $100,000. The Information Technology Department mostly took that hit in their capital funds, so it's looking to restore that for our critical infrastructure replacement. It's looking to restore some positions that were originally proposed to be funded but were cut out. One of them is a maintenance position in Parks and Recreation, as they continue to have. Right now, we know their events are difficult to be held, but we're trying to plan for the future and hoping by at least late fall, we have mass vaccinations in the county and things can open back up. And it would also fund a part-time capital projects manager. Now, we had in there a full-time capital projects manager. We cut that out. Well, we're funding that through a part-time, as you know, with Mr. Thurman retiring and coming back to help us. So that is going to be by almost half of what the original budgeted number was. And we're also going to look to restore some level of school funding. That's a discussion with the board. We have not gotten there yet. We cut almost $900,000 out of the school board appropriation. We level funded them. But the original budget projection was about $900,000 in new revenue. So if we want to go to restore that, that's the number that we're talking about. Okay. So to break it down a little bit further, so that 3% COLA, about $664,000, we had none in this fiscal year. We cut that out. We did receive a 2% COLA in the prior fiscal year, which is, just to keep inflation, CPI is about 2%. So basically, it's not really a raise. And especially when you consider the next bullet, which is our health insurance. So last year, we had a significant change in our health plan. We had a very bad claims year. And we were looking, I believe, the original was about a 12% increase. So that was going to be difficult to shoulder. So we eliminated, in order to manage the cost, our Key Care 500 plan. We kept our 31,000 plan, but we introduced a high deductible health plan with a health savings account. So the combination of those options dropped it to about a 7.8% increase instead of a 12, 13% increase. That still cost us about $185,000 estimated, still going through the year. But that was the intent. This year, preliminary numbers, we actually have a meeting later this week with our consultants on our health renewal. But right now, it's about a 2.4% increase, much better. Still could cost us really rough about $75,000. Part of that is driven by which plan employees choose and which level of coverage they take as to what that costs us from the employer share. But based on that, you know, we're banking on about $75,000 needing to be set aside right now for the increase in health insurance. That would still be split with our employees. So when you look at no raise in this current year, plus they had to pay more for their premiums, the net pay, take-home pay for our employees actually decreased. So we're looking to at least restore that for the 3% COLA to help start to make them whole. The minimum wage, something that the state has taken on, and they actually passed the last General Assembly session, is mandating minimum wage increases. Now, there's a small one, I think it goes to $9.25 effective May 1st. That is mostly affecting our collection side attendants, maybe some parks and recreation seasonal positions. It's not a large budgetary impact right now, so we're just going to absorb that. But come January 1st, 2022, it goes to $11 an hour. That starts to significantly impact our operations. That's looking like it will cost us about $120,000 a year to go to $11 an hour. So for 6 months of the year, we only need to burden half that, but we want you to be aware of the annual cost. Unless something changes, that increases to $12 an hour the following January in 2023. And then eventually, there is an increase. I think that does require future General Assembly action, but to get to $15 an hour by January 2026. Of course, the federal government is discussing a $15 minimum wage nationwide. At $15 an hour, that is a hundreds of thousands of dollar impact for us. There is no way we absorb that as a county. There will be either staff layoffs or furloughs, or there will have to be revenue increases to absorb that. There is no way we take on $15 an hour. Just the increase alone is hundreds of thousands. That's before you fix compression. You'll have minimum wage people making what probably, well, some of our frontline workers were like deputies and things of that nature will be making. That's going to be very difficult. So we're continuing to monitor. But even without federal action, at the state level right now, we're marching towards that in 5-6 years. So it is a concern. It is a real concern. One of the things that we really want to prioritize in addition to the cost of living is market-based pay. And part of it is to actually, if we need to, start planning for these minimum wage increases. The last study was done around 2015, 2016. We probably need to do another study. I think there were some areas that were able to be addressed from that study. I don't think it was 100% implemented. We really probably need to do another one. This would include what I would consider constitutionals, our courts, our registrar, our election staff, maybe even social services. Those that are county employees, but they kind of are state as well. Depending on what that comes out with, that could be something that can inform next year's budget process. That's a priority for us as we go into the budget planning process for next fiscal year. Departments did request new positions, and we'll have this as a separate handout for you. 9 new positions at just over $500,000, which is fairly modest considering the needs. Our departments did a really good job prioritizing and really asking for what were mission critical. This is not a pie-in-the-sky wish list. We know, and Mr. Whitlow mentioned, the law enforcement starting pay and then the cascading compression that would create. That is something we do not have numbers on that. With what some of the figures have been thrown out now for at least the starting pay, when you fix compression, that's also hundreds of thousands of dollars. Volunteer fire EMS, they each of the rescue squads or the fire companies created their own budget request. They submitted that through Chief Ferguson, and so that comes to about $252,000. We will continue to work through that. We're still vetting that, but that'll probably be a board direction on that at this point. That is not funded at this point. We have kept volunteers level funded. And continued, of course, county and school capital needs. Those are, as we said, they continue to increase. They increase faster than the rate of inflation, so we have a very significant dollar amount. So to give you just a quick overview on the CARES funding real quick, you've seen this slide. This was actually last month. We mentioned the school capital funding on the SRSA money of about $6.5 million. There could be some capital needs that are addressed there that they will not have to address out of their $1.2 million, or really the $880,000 we give them every year. If we can continue the extra $200,000 that the board graciously restored at the last meeting, that would tick them up a little bit, so it'd be $1,080,000 instead of $880,000 now. We did fund approximately $3 million for our sheriff, fire, and EMS programs through CARES money. There were a lot of things that were on that list that were on our capital plan, so that will help us tremendously. Provides a little bit of breathing room. There are funding challenges with our capital, currently at $2.4 million, that we're going to struggle to fund. One of those are village improvements, our housing study type plans, landfill equipment that are large dollar items, an excavator, a leach tank replacement, several $100,000 for those. Athletic field lighting, it's expensive. We probably would see a benefit because you would be able to use some fields longer and it would save and actually maximize the use, but it's expensive. Cybersecurity, network remediation, costly. It was something that we're going to try and fund, but it's going to be difficult. Security cameras, the safety team, we haven't met in a while, obviously for safety protocols, but we have representatives from several departments on the safety team. And one of the high-level areas was security cameras, and Mr. Harrison in IT was instrumental in spearheading and combining information. But basically, the ultimate goal of the safety team is to have security cameras in all county facilities and have them all routed through one circuit to the E911 center. So that we actually, right now it's a hodgepodge of different systems, it's a hodgepodge of different, and they're aging, so it's really difficult, they're not really useful at this point in several buildings. Right now, we're struggling to fund that. That came with a significant price tag. Continued struggles on fire apparatus and fire EMS equipment. Fire station construction, it's going to be expensive. That will probably have to be borrowed. Various vehicle replacements. As things age, we do have several vehicles aging. They may not meet the mileage, but they're getting 10, 12, 13 years old. They are starting to age. And we've mentioned the Emergency Communications Center and the needs there for renovation, upgrade. So a lot of those big ticket items, we're probably going to ask you to look at using year-end carryover, because out of $2.4 million in recurring, that can really only fund maintenance and normal replacement of things. A once every 10-year excavator is something that $2.4 million cannot fund. So we're going to be looking at more one-time pots of money for big things like that. The leachate tank, fire apparatus, maybe even the security cameras, maybe some vehicles. There's some planned public safety planning. So some of the stations, maybe the 911 center, is going to be something we probably want to have a work session with Davenport with, and some planning and prioritization maybe over the summer to try and line up the resources there. So we mentioned the reserves and using some. Here is a list of our current reserves. You've seen at the bottom the fund balance. I showed that to you earlier today. Here are the reserves that we have set aside. The reassessment reserve, we have that every 4 years. We continuously supplement that to get it to where it needs to be by the time it's time to do another reassessment. The juvenile detention, that's in case per diem population goes up beyond our budget. Regional jail of about 499,000. We are seeing a spike in the population of the regional jail. The landfill, public works, that's more as we have new cell construction or we have closure, probably the engineering, things of that nature, is just the management of a landfill. Planning reserve, that's probably general planning. That's not specifically dedicated to any project at this point. Capital, this is the capital reserve that was supplemented through some savings through the CARES money. So I think we added about $600,000 to this. So that supplemented it to about $2 million. We will need some of that at least for probably the Glade Hill Station, to be discussed future, but there's a significant need. Health insurance reserve, we typically budget some. This is in case we have a catastrophic year. School CTE projects, we have about a $300,000 reserve for any planning, A&E that might need to be done.
That wasn't that used up last month? When they come in here about that money for the,
That was taken out of fund balance. The 2.9 million at the bottom, that 266,000 came out of that pot of money, with the instructions from the board that gets restored when we go through the year-end carryover process.
okay.
Yes, sir. So that 297,000 is still available for their planning, probably CTE and middle school HVAC. The $1 million budget stabilization was set up through the CARES money. The discretionary COVID reserve at 200,000, that was 500. We took 300,000 out to purchase a fire truck, and so that's now at 200. COVID response is at 386,500. We may use a little bit more of that. That was at about $500,000. That was dropped to fund volunteer bonuses. We're almost done with that. We have one final batch. That will drop probably a little bit more, but I'll say 350 should still cover it. So those are the reserves that we would be looking at if we wanted to either carry over or one-time fund balance used for some of these very large capital items and as we look at planning in the future. Okay. So next steps, this is where we're at, where we're trending as a staff. We will have prioritized requests from departments for you. Right now, several of them actually probably will be in the pipeline to be funded. So that'll be something we'll work through with you. So as far as next work sessions, Mr. Whitlow mentioned the 23rd and the 2nd. If there are particular areas you'd like to see, is it a sheriff's office, is it public safety, is it any particular departments, is it all departments? As Ms. Wagner starts handing out some of them, I will go through in detail the discretionary revenue with you. Be happy to answer any questions on that as you look through it as well.
Thank you.
But at this point, I'll be happy to take any feedback until we can dig a little deeper.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah. Thank you.
Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
In asking about, some things, given what you've presented, that we might like to see moving forward, those off-the-top inflationary increases, I would like to see what those increases are, current year over last year, and the reason driving, I know it's inflationary increases, but in some cases, I would just like to make sure that's all it is.
Yes, ma'am. That detail will be provided to you.
Thank you.
For sure. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
So you're looking for anything at this point, right?
I pause.
Sure, I would say.
That's why Chris isn't up there, right, Brian?
That's exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so you know me, I'm just going to lay it out there.
Yes, sir.
Volunteer firefighters. This first thing really wouldn't require any new monies, but this is my wishes. Of course, it would have to give you guys board direction. And you'll have to help me, Director Ferguson might have to help me, stipends for our volunteer firefighters. I think Director Ferguson has 65,000, and then we decided to not use the 33,000 for the retirement fund, but instead we can put that towards stipends as well. So that's about 100,000. I mentioned to Billy just out here in passing one day, there is a volunteer recruitment budget that he has of about 24,000, correct? So our stipends have been based off just that 60-some thousand.
Yes.
Well, now we're at 120,000. So that about doubles money that he already has to go towards stipends. I would like to see our volunteer firefighters have a $10 per call across the board stipend for running calls. While we're on volunteer fire departments and volunteer EMS that are running, I want to make that clear. You got Red Valley, Callaway, Snow Creek, Glade Hill, Scruggs, the ones who are still operating, as well as our volunteer fire departments. I would like to see I'm not sure, I haven't seen the budgets they submitted to you guys, so I have no idea what they asked for. but I would like to see what we can actually increase their operating budget to, what we can actually afford. So I'd definitely be in support of that. And then you got Fairham Rescue Squad, you got Boones Mill Fire Department, and you got Fork Mountain Fire Department that houses, and Glade Hill and Franklin County Rescue Squad. There's 5 buildings that house one of our paid trucks, our paid crews. What each one is funded differs as far as, hey, we give this one $7,500, we give this one $10,000. It needs to be flat across the board, in my opinion. Okay, and that money needs to be just for building maintenance. All right. Speaking with some of the fire association people, as well as some EMS people in the county, for Boones Mill Fire Department to get $7,500 to maintain their station when they have a career truck there, then for Fairham to get more, I don't think that's fair. And it needs to be for building maintenance, meaning that maintenance on the actual ambulance in that station needs to be public safety. That's my wish list. If I think of anything else, I'll come back to you. Also, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
This, right now, because of the schedule that we've got to keep, I think what they're asking for is direction on when we want to have our work sessions and everything.
Oh.
And then we can write our list at that time and present it at the work schedule and do it all at that time. Let's try to stick with our schedule. I think that's.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
That's the way I'm understanding this. Do you all have a hard copy of this calendar that you've got up here?
Yes. Was that in the presentation? It's in your presentations that
already-
Ms.
it's
Wagner
in-
handed out. Yep, that slide is in there. So the next one, as Mr. Whitlow said, is February 23rd. We can have whatever information from departments, constitutionals, whatever the board wants at that February 23rd and March 2nd work sessions. We have some ideas. We probably think we need to talk about law enforcement pay and compression as one of the big issues. If that's okay with the board, we can certainly make that February 23rd or March 2nd, depending on the sheriff's office availability.
Just the question I would have to that, Mr. Chairman, is Sheriff's Officer, will y'all be ready next Tuesday for that?
We're certainly working on it.
It seems like it's definitely a priority, so I just want to make sure you guys are ready.
So that's just something that could be pushed to March 2nd to give enough time. If there's anything else, we could talk about volunteer funding, February 23rd.
Is everybody, what your schedule is February the 23rd? These are all on a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And it
Correct.
start at 3 o'clock.
At 3:30, Mr. Chairman.
Are we going to have the broadband meeting on the
I
20?
do think, and I've spoken with the chair of the Broadband Authority, Mr. Mitchell, for the potential need for a Broadband Authority meeting next Tuesday at 3 o'clock. There's some grant opportunities with the Tobacco Commission that I think Mr. Sandy wants to share. And if everyone's available and it's okay with the chairman of the Broadband Authority, the board could meet at 3 for the Broadband Authority and then at 3:30 for the budget session.
Mr. Mitchell, Leland Mitchell,
Yes.
that's okay?
Yeah.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, is that good for next? All right, then the following, March the 2nd, just at 3:30 for budget.
Correct. And that March 2nd work session is, depending how far we go next Tuesday, but that March 2nd session is really important for us because that's likely pushing the latest sessions that we can have with some input from the board before we present our budget. But then certainly when we present our budget on the third Tuesday in March, it becomes the board budget at that point, and then we can have more work sessions to dive into what we present in terms of if there's any other further information that the board needs or departments or synthesize more, leading on up until that April budget public hearing.
All right, one other question that comes to my mind on the rest of these, are the times at 3 or 3:30?
Again, the budget work sessions are at 3:30, but then we'll have that short broadband authority at 3 next Tuesday.
Yes, sir, but I'm down to March
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
8th, the 16th,
I'm
the
sorry,
20th, and the 27th. the
Yeah, I'm
rest
sorry,
of
Mr.
these.
Chairman. March the 8th, we can get that information to you. That is when the school board is tentatively set to present to their board, to the school board on March the 8th. And then the school superintendent and I will present to you, the Board of Supervisors, the school budget and our proposed budget on March the 16th at your 1:30 meeting. And we can get you a time on that March 8th meeting if any board to attend the school board meeting. But as I said, the superintendent will be with us on the March 16th at 1:30 to present. And then based on that, between March 16th and April 20th, whether it's weekly or ever how many sessions that we may need with the board in terms of additional work sessions, we can have those with it. And you can see there that tentative that public hearing tentatively set at your April 20th meeting. That would be in the evening. That's at your regular meeting. And then April 27th, by Virginia code, we have to, it's at least 7 days for the approval of the budget past the public hearing. And of course, that can be delayed if there's more time, and we all understand that if there's more discussions that need to be had regarding the budget or tax rates and so forth. So it is important to note, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, with this, while this seems aggressive, perhaps aggressive maybe is not the term, because this is our typical calendar schedule that we have had with presenting county budgets and getting those approved and so forth, because of the school with their requirements for school contracts and so forth in the month of May. I will tell you, next year with twice-a-year tax collections, it'll be a different conversation. It will be an accelerated time frame because the budget will need to be adopted sooner than later, so that that second round of tax tickets can go out in the mail in order for the treasurer to do their work. Campbell County is another locality that I understand is going through that process. And so, and they may be doing that a year in advance of us. I'll reach out to the folks there just to see how that's going. But that's next year, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I don't want to cloud next year with this year, but I thought since I needed to footnote that anyway for next year.
All right, so the biggest thing then is before us right now is next Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
February the 23rd at 3 o'clock, broadband. Then at 3 o'clock, at 3:30 will be the budget meeting. Okay. And then that's where we can, I guess if you got requests or things, if you need to call Brian or Chris prior,
Yes.
then don't bring it on
Please
that.
reach out.
Okay, thank you then.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Brian.
Is there any questions now that you have the handouts on the new position request or the discretionary revenue that you would like me to go over in further detail? Not be happy to answer them later. Feel free to call or email. Be happy to go over them with you.
Mr. Chairman, may I suggest too, because I know the board is just, receiving the list of new position requests there for your first time and then the discretionary revenue. We also could revisit these next week and walk the board if that would be helpful for these position requests and the discretionary revenue, whether today or next week, but if that's helpful to the board.
I think everybody's shaking their head okay, so I think we need time to read this and purview it, and then we'll let you know.
Absolutely.
Digest it at that meeting next Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it.
Board.
Mr. Whitlow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few items, and I'll try to be brief. One thing that was mentioned earlier by Mr. Todd Daniel, and of course I had a chance to speak with Mr. Daniel over the weekend, and several of other folks, Public Safety Director, and a couple of you as board members. I think it was noted earlier that almost 200 calls, fire EMS calls, occurred during this weekend, and it was a tremendous effort from all our volunteer fire departments specifically. Todd Daniel had already noted that VDOT could not have done what they did to get the roads open and people back for Appalachian Power and others to get in and do the work they did if it hadn't been for our volunteer fire companies and of course, and career staff as well. But just a big thank you a public thank you for that. The other thing I was going to note today is Mr. Carter, last month, this, of course, Mr. Mike Carter has been working certainly with staff and with the urgency, if you will, to address the Diamond Avenue extension update there for emergency access. And so staff, Steve Sandy and Billy Ferguson in Public Safety have been working diligently with this. And I just, if I can, I have just a few updates for the board on this topic. That, of course, staff is investigating the easement locations. As it looks now, a lot of these easement locations looks like it's complicated that it would require the crossing of the creek. And so staff is investigating that whole area again, revisiting that. There may be an opportunity where the easement can be revisited with the property owner there that would avoid crossing the creek, which obviously would save in terms of the project scope and time and the timelines in that. With that, of course, is working with the property owners. And so staff is working now to identify those locations with the property owners, looking at several options for creating that emergency access. And we hope to bring, staff hopes to bring information back in terms of those costs at an upcoming board meeting, hopefully in March. In addition, I will say that staff since last month's board meeting has reached out to the Norfolk Southern Police Department. In addition, have identified the foreman that is specifically over that area for the train tracks and the railroad crossing there. That foreman has advised the conductors and the engineers to absolutely not stop the train there, not to have a break and for no reason, just to stop the train. And of course, our local dispatch, we have called the 911 center again and made sure that they are aware of the issue again, and that they're to contact Norfolk Southern immediately if that occurs. That being said, staff has prepared a letter above and beyond just reaching out through the phone and email. Staff has prepared a letter under our signature to go to multiple contacts within Norfolk Southern regarding the county code to specifically get the attention just beyond the maintenance crews that work at Norfolk Southern. So we're looking at that angle as well, Mr. Carter. In addition, Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Sandy, they're working on the development of emergency access on the north side of the area as well, and of course working with Norfolk Southern to reduce those blockages where possible. So that's by way of update, and again, I think as staff looks at possible easements, emergency easements there, working with the property owners or willing property owners that could help avoiding the creek, that could be a strong possibility in terms of moving faster on that project. Some other updates for the board. I'm pleased today, of course, and the board may recall this, it almost seems like it's hard to believe it's been a year ago, that we annually honor our employees, our county employees. Every 5 years of service, Franklin County honors its employees. And if you all remember last year, we brought many of those employees in. Due to COVID restrictions and our guidelines and being cautious, we're not able to do that today. However, I have in front of me the list. Ask Phyllis Scott to provide this list. We'll be sending out a letter under the chairman's signature to every employee, extending the board's appreciation for the hard work and due diligence. There are 60 employees that we're honoring this year, and we added this up with over 770 years collective experience. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of these who receives his 40th year of service. And that's William Philpott, one of our lead drivers there in our solid waste division at the landfill. That's tremendous. We have some other employees and I don't want to miss anyone out, but I will go ahead and mention this one as well in terms of her 30 years of experience is our building permit technician, Barbara Mills, in development services. 30 years. We have numerous others with 20 and 10 and 15, and just a hearty thank you to our employees and for the hard work and dedication. And, you know, I don't think any of them has missed a beat, even through the pandemic, through this trying year. And, you know, it's all about our people. And I know the board, you all extend that every month to us, and we certainly will extend that to our staff. And we're very appreciative of how supportive the Board of Supervisors is to our county staff. I will say just a couple of other quick updates. There is an opportunity, and Mr. Sandy will likely be will likely put this in a communication out to you all. If the board will recall, previously we were able to get grant dollars from VDOT in Virginia to help with some of our village planning, specifically for Ferrum and Westlake. And then, of course, next on our list in the planning department in terms of the comprehensive plan is the Union Hall Village, and looking at the Union Hall Village, Mr. Cundiff. And so we're fortunate. We think we have a good opportunity to possibly get some additional grant money there. And that's not just the Union Hall Village. We know the money there can not only assist with that project, but also our housing initiative that we're looking to launch this year. Those dollars could help with the village plan, but also other areas of the county, all over the county that we've already talked about: Westlake, Ferrum, the 220 corridor, all areas of the county. That being said, it will possibly give us an opportunity to look at our zoning codes, to make sure that we're being development friendly and housing friendly as we're talking about rooftops and housing. And speaking of that, we are working with the Regional Commission in Roanoke. We know due to COVID restrictions, we were not able to have our housing summit specifically last month or this month. I do think with the widespread vaccinations that will occur in the coming months, so we have an opportunity this spring. I know Ms. Smith has worked on that specifically, and I will say that we, with the Regional Commission, we are moving forward with them as a possible work program to help with actual housing survey component to go alongside the market data, but also helping us with a survey component. So I think some good things on the horizon there if we can just get folks vaccinated and lift some restrictions and be able to really launch something good there. I think by way of updates, I'm sure I could have more, but in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll conclude my comments there. And I do think, again, want to say I can't say enough about the volunteers and Appalachian Power. I will say as well that I read earlier today they've had 2,600 workers called in from out of state and in the region to help with the efforts. At one point, Franklin County had 35% of its customers without power. The height of that was Saturday. Of course, not everyone has been restored yet. There's still, as of midday, there are about 3,300 customers still without power. But we had a peak of about 12,000 customers without power in the county this weekend. So kudos to all of our partners, Appalachian Power, Public Safety, Fire, EMS, volunteers, as well as VDOT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. I too want to ditto all of our employees and thank them with other than the letter just to tell. It's good to see Steve back from his bout of sickness and recovered. And so it's good to have everybody back and things are going. I think that the area that we live in, because of everybody working together with VDOT, public safety, law enforcement, everything, I can't think of a better place I'd rather be anyway. So with that being said, supervisors, I want to try something a little bit different, so don't start throwing stuff at me. But other matters by supervisors, I'm going to hold that to the very end of the meeting. And at that point, because I know a lot of times things come up in public hearings and other matters, and then we end up actually having two other matters by supervisors. And I think it may be better if we do that at the end of the meeting today. If you don't like that, you let Tim know. not me, tell Tim, and we'll go back. If he says it's okay, we'll go back to the original time. This is all Tim's doing. If it works good, it's my fault. If it don't, it's Tim and Madeline's fault. At this time, we'll go into, I'll entertain a motion for the Franklin County Board of Supervisors to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1 personnel, discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions. A3, discussion of acquisition of real estate property or the disposition of real estate property. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract or discussion in public would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county in regards to a potential boundary adjustment with a neighboring county and in regards to an existing lease of county property of the Code of Virginia as amended. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. We'll go to
Mr. Chairman?
On the certif, I get my paperwork here. I'll ask for a motion to certify the closed meeting that we didn't talk about anything we weren't supposed to.
Mr. Chairman, I certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Ron Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right. I will note that the application for special use permit for the Blue Ridge Towers has been pulled because of the planning commission. It will go back there. We'll have another meeting about that, and it will be voted on at a later meeting. It will be continued actually to the March 16th meeting, and that was already approved, but it was suggested that it be brought up again. Mr. Mitchell, did you want to say something about that?
I would like to make a few comments. And mainly, what I would like to say is that let me get my mask off. The information that we sent from the Broadband Committee to the Planning Commission, I thought was specific, that the board in the past had made that we could have a special speed-up rule when something was needed to be done quicker. And I think that this fitted into that real well, because we needed, and I still think we need to speed up the construction of that tower located at Glade Hill School. And it has the potential, I think Mr. Sandy's here, of serving over 100 students when this thing, not counting the parents, but the households, but that many students could receive broadband at home. And we know that this is a critical time for students to have broadband at home, and also further delays, and hopefully we're not going to lose this, but it has a potential, if we can't finish this and have it in operation, I believe, Mr. Sandy, by the October meeting, we could lose the funding for this tower site. It's a VATI fund, isn't it? And that's a Virginia fund, and one of the stipulations is that this is up and running before then, because you have to get your site fixed, your tower up, and someone on it. And the school board, Dr. Cobbs, has approved this request, and I just think that the request was for a speed up and not for tower discussion as to whether we needed to move towers or what we needed to do. And I just wanted to make a comment to the board that I don't feel like that the Planning Commission really looked at what we asked for versus looking to give us information on what we should, where the site should be, and maybe as much as moving the site. And I just wanted to make it known that as chairman of the broadband committee, I feel like we didn't get the answer that we asked for.
Thank you, sir. That, this board also voted to table it till next Tuesday. All right.
Till when?
Sir?
Did you say next Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
That'd be the March 16th meeting.
No, we're having a broadband meeting next Tuesday prior to the
Yeah,
the budget workshop.
We're having a broadband meeting, but
To be discussed at that point.
So broadband meeting was earlier was scheduled for next Tuesday, but
Yes,
this
sir.
public hearing on the Glade Hill Elementary School site, special use permit will be March 16th.
Okay.
Yeah.
To March the 16th, yes.
Well, now, how bad, how bad is that gonna interfere with our plans if we wait till the next board meeting to do it? We was talking about, what you said, October? No, some of the date that we have to have this done.
You know,
Do we have a
assuming-
timeline for this?
Assuming we get a recommendation from the commission and the board acts on it in March, that would put us a month behind what we anticipated. To Mr. Mitchell's point, we have a October 15th deadline with the state on the grant agreement. So we really need to get the towers under construction and get those, get broadband operating on those towers by October 15th. So
Yeah.
assuming we can get those recommendations and get things back to you in March, I think we can still meet that
Yeah.
October deadline, but it puts us, I guess, a month
Well, like I said,
further
I
behind.
mean, I agree with Mr. Mitchell, I really do. But I hope that, I don't wanna miss our deadline, that's what I'm trying to say. If we gotta do something different, we need to do it, but I don't wanna miss that deadline.
Well,
So you think we'll be all right?
I think if we can get some decision in March, I think we'll be okay, because we've got the surveying done. I think one of the difficulties is, and I think Mr. Mitchell was kind of alluding to that, if we start moving it to a different site, then we've got some environmental work to do, we've got geotechnical work, we've got surveying and those sorts of things, which will, definitely make it take longer to get that site constructed. So, but we'll be working with the commission and try to get a recommendation back in March, back before you at the 16th, and hopefully the board will receive that recommendation and we'll have a decision at that point.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding of some of the chief concerns at the Planning Commission meeting were around the safety of the children around a cell tower that's fenced in, and having the children potentially climbing, and, liability issues and that kind of thing. And once those issues came up, the Planning Commission, I think, decided to table it so they could give further consideration to it. My planning commissioner did not indicate at all that they were considering getting involved in the selection of another site. That never came up with my planning commissioner.
And
Mine didn't either, mine just,
I might ask Mr. Sandy one more question, and, this is just as a thought. If we start this and don't get it finished, who's gonna pick up the cost?
It's a good question. I think if we had to, I think the first thing we would do is go to the state and see if we could get an extension. But if they weren't willing to grant an extension, then say it either the county or Blue Ridge Towers would have to pay that cost, because the state wouldn't fund it.
And, I'm not anticipating that, but it's part of the thought that's been in my mind, and I appreciate your input on things that I wasn't aware of, and, getting us to at least recognize we are looking at a deadline.
Yes, sir. Yep.
thank you, sir.
Well, I'll just stay for
All
the
right.
first.
Mr. Sandy, on our number one application for second use permit, I'm going to open the public hearing on there. Are you or Ms. Cooper going to do this one?
I'm going to take the first two, and then Ms. Cooper's
You're
going
gonna
to do
take the first two.
the
Okay.
second two public hearings. That's correct.
It's all yours.
All right. So our first public hearing is an application for special use permit. It's application of Don and Melissa Lozo. They're the applicants and the owners of a piece of property in A1. It's about an acre piece of property located on 60 Cameron Circle, and it is in the Gills Creek District. It's a waterfront property at Smith Mountain Lake. Tax parcel number 033-030-2400. The future land use map, as most of the areas around the lake, shows this as low density in the future land use. And then, as you're aware, for any properties that are zoned A1, short-term rentals are allowed, but they require the approval of a special use permit from the Board of Supervisors. So this applicant has requested the special use permit, and again, that's the purpose of this public hearing, is to receive comment on that special use permit. The residence is located on a relatively small lakefront parcel, like I said earlier, 1 acre. It's fairly open around the property, and you'll see in one of the conditions talks about installing some vegetated buffer between adjoining properties because they're relatively close, about 100 feet away from adjoining structures. This property is in the Forest Shores Property Owners Association, and we did, that Property Owners Association did meet and send some correspondence saying that they don't have regulations against short-term rentals. So there were no covenants and restrictions there. They really didn't lend an opinion one way or another. They just pointed out that they don't really govern it in their covenants and restrictions. So just a general vicinity map of the property. The star here locates the general location of this property. Like I said earlier, in the Gills Creek District. And here's the property at the end of the cul-de-sac, Cameron Circle here. And again, does have waterfront property. It's pretty good ways across to these areas on the other side of the cove. As far as the cove goes, these properties here off of Augusta Way would be some of the closest properties there. And then obviously you have 2 adjoining properties you'll see on the aerial photograph here. This is the subject parcel here, and you've got 2 existing dwellings on either side here as well. The Lozos bought this property back in I think October of 2020. They moved here from North Carolina. This is their primary residence, and what they've expressed is a desire to be able to rent it short-term when they go out of town, and so they can probably speak to that more, but both of their parents live kind of a distance away and have some health issues, and so they had said, well, if we're going to visit for 3 or 4 weeks, we'd like to be able to rent the house while we're gone. But it is their primary residence, so primarily it would be, they would be living there, but in those times when they're out of town, they want the ability to do the short-term rentals. And of course, under our ordinance, any rental under 30 days is considered short-term rental. The comprehensive plan touches on, promoting and expanding tourism in the county. You heard earlier in the budget report about how, we've seen an increase this year in the short-term rentals. Where people wanting to get away from the more urban areas and go to a location. So we think that's a big reason we've seen a big kind of influx of short-term rentals this past year. There were no public comments at the public hearing. There were some written comments that were received, and those were forwarded to you by the clerk previously when those comments came in. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing last month, and they voted 7-0 to recommend approval with 5 conditions. And I'll go through those. I'll just kind of summarize those. So number 1 is pretty standard condition that, just applies to this dwelling for the short-term rental. Number 2, that they need to comply with all those short-term rental regulations that are in the county code. One addition that we've started to add and looked at, I think it came from a comment from Mr. Carter in previous approvals, was that requiring that they have liability insurance.
Could I comment on that briefly? I was going to call a couple of insurance companies, Steve, but $300,000 in the scheme of things, most people are going to sue for more than that. I think, and I'm not addressing this particular case, but maybe in the future we need to make that $1 million umbrella. You can buy an umbrella policy for a couple $100, and maybe the county attorney. Do you think that's unreasonable, Jim? Or?
No, I don't. I mean, we rarely do any contracts through procurement or anything that we don't have at least $1 million in coverage.
But moving forward, I
And that's
I
something,
think-
you can certainly change it tonight if you want. That was kind of a starting point, because before we weren't requiring it at all. I did a little bit of research on some other places, and they started at 300, so that's really why I picked that number. But certainly, it can be whatever number you guys feel comfortable with, so. So that was condition number 2. Number 3, again, just the standard condition that it needs to be inspected for the safety requirements by, in 3, by the fire marshal or the building official. Number 4 talks to the health department, making sure they have all the proper approvals for the septic system. And then number 5, as I mentioned earlier, was because there's not much of a buffer between one of the properties, we wanted to make sure that there was some sort of a vegetative screen. We've heard some comments previously where people say, well, that people walked over onto my property and things like that because they didn't understand where the property lines were and that kind of stuff. So what we had talked about here and talked about out on the site visit was having some vegetation along the property line to make sure that there was kind of a dividing line, if you will, and also to provide some visual buffer as well. So condition number 5 goes to that. I will say on one side there's relatively no buffer. The other side has a buffer, and I think we would be willing to let them maintain that buffer, but if it was ever removed, it would need to be put back in the form of hollies or rhododendrons or something like we've outlined here. And so those are the 5 conditions that have been recommended by the Planning Commission, and I'll be happy to answer any additional questions you have. I'm not sure if the owners are here. Yep, here we go. Hard to notice people with masks on, ain't it? Although I did see the Auburn, so that should have given me a hint. So the owners are here as well to answer any questions before we have a public hearing. I'm not sure if we have anyone signed up for that yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sandy.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll open it up for the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak? Madam Clerk?
The only 2 that I have down are the 2 applicants.
Do you wish to speak? Come forward, please. State your name.
Don Welzo.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to let you know that when this first came out to the planning committee, there were a small petition with 2 people that were on there, two neighbors that were on there.
Mr. Alonzo, will you speak into the microphone, please?
Sorry, there were two different neighbors that had signed a petition against us for doing so. And about a week ago, I passed one of the neighbors during a walk, and he approached me and said, "Don, you know, I don't care if you do a short-term rental. I felt pressured by the other people to do so, to sign this. I don't care about you doing so." And to go back to number 5 with the added shrubbery, he said, "You don't even have to do that." He said, "Just keep your bushes trimmed for me." We'll be happy to do so if the board wants us to do so, but he's not even concerned about that. We do have $300,000 liability. If that does go up, we'll make sure that we, abide by that. And that is the only reason that we do want to rent. My wife's mom is not in the best of health. She lives in Jacksonville, Florida, pretty much bedridden. So if we go down there, it'll be for probably extended amount of time. So we'll have to, pay for accommodations to stay down there. And that kind of, by renting our property, would kind of offset that. So.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for him? Anyone else, Madam Clerk, that wants to address? Ms. Lonzo? All right, we'll close the public hearing for that. What's your pleasure?
Would you like a
Yes,
motion?
sir, that's what I asked. What's your pleasure?
Okay. I make a motion, we approve this. I find that such use will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, general welfare, and the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for special use permit to allow for short-term tourist rental of a dwelling in accordance with section 25-179 of the zoning ordinance with the 5 conditions recommended by the Planning Commission.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Keenan?
Yes.
Supervisor Clement?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter? Yes. Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson?
Yes. The applicant was approved with the 5 stipulations in place. Yes, sir. Mr. Mr. Sandy, the Jeeves applicant and Hyper Investment.
Yes, sir. So our second public hearing tonight is another request for special use permit for short-term tourist rental. This one is the application of Daniel Jeeves, the applicant, and Hyper Invested LLC is the lot owners, requesting a special use permit with possible conditions to allow for short-term tourist rental on approximately 5-acre parcel, zoned A1. It's located at 389 Lake Mount Drive in the Gills Creek District. The parcel number 015-000-5203. This one does fall within the Westlake Halesford Village area, and so it's designated as suburban residential in that plan as 2 units per acre. And again, as you know, to do a short-term rental in an agriculture A1 zoning district, they're required to get approval from the Board of Supervisors through a special use permit. So that's the purpose for this hearing to hear tonight. Just a little bit of background that's in your transmittal. The property was recently sold last year, the end of the year in October. 4 families joined together and bought this property and formed an LLC called Hyper Invested LLC. Just by chance, these property owners are also from North Carolina, same as the last one. So we had two different people from North Carolina move here in October, and both looking to do short-term rentals. The 4 families intend to primarily use it themselves, based on what they've told us, but also want the ability to be able to rent it out at various times through the year. They can kind of explain more about that arrangement or how they've kind of set that up, but I think it's basically each family has about a week a month that they get to use the place or potentially rent it out, I think is kind of the idea. And I might have really messed that up, but they can clarify that for me. But I think in the simplest terms, it's kind of an arrangement like that, where they can use it for their own use, or if they get a special use permit, that maybe they could rent it out on a short-term basis. Again, this residence is located on about almost 5 acres, 4.83. It's predominantly wooded parcel. You do enter this property off of Lake Mount. And that's where the Trinity Church is, if you're familiar with that road. So you go in there. However, the waterfront really kind of fronts, and you'll hear probably from some folks tonight, the waterfront part actually fronts on the Overlook subdivision, which is an adjacent subdivision. That subdivision is zoned RPD, but from what I've seen in the covenants restrictions, that subdivision does not allow short-term rentals. This lot is not part of that subdivision, but it's adjacent to that subdivision. So when I show you, well, we can look at some of the maps here. I'll show you how the property is arranged. So again, this is there towards the Trinity Ecumenical Church, towards Bridgewater area of the county. And this is our tax map. So this is the 5-acre parcel here that we're talking about tonight. It is zoned agriculture. This is the adjoining subdivision, the Overlook, which is zoned RPD. The house is really way back here on the property. Let me go to this one. So the house is really way back here on the property, even though the access comes off of Lake Mount here. There's an adjoining structure right here, which they actually share a driveway that comes back onto Lake Mount. As you can see, this property over here is zoned residential R1, but again, from the location, that area over there is not really affected by this because the property is way back here in this cove. But you can see here on the aerial, and you may hear from some of these adjoining property owners, that it's the waterfront part of it is located on a small cove area here, which you come out through here through the cove and around here, and you're out into the main channel of the Roanoke River, just north of Halesford Bridge. So just to kind of give you some bearing of that location. And again, you'll probably hear from some of the adjoining property owners in Overlook, and those folks live over here off of Village Lane and Aspen Way, which is directly adjoining this property.
Mr. Standy, did I understand you correctly when you stated that there was no subdivision ordinances governing this piece of property?
There are no covenant and restrictions on this parcel, but this parcel here and all this, if I go back to here, so basically everything in the pink does have restrictions, but this particular property is outside of that, directly adjacent, but not subject to those same covenants and restrictions.
Thank you, sir.
And one other thing I'll point out on the map, because it may come up as well, is some of these folks that live on this side, I guess it would be the eastern side of Village Lane. If you're familiar with the area at all, it's pretty much a cliff down to the river. So they actually have boat access here. If you can see this small marina, in quotes, here, that's really for the use of the residents in that subdivision that don't have direct access to the water. And you may hear from some of those individuals tonight, but I figured I'd point that out. I think it's about 10 slips that are located there, and they access it here off of the end of Village Lane with a parking area and there. And again, any water traffic coming in and out of this property will come in and out of this cove and pass by that marina before they get out into to the main channel there. Yes, sir.
Some of this property is in a conservation easement?
The property that's in conservation easement is this property over here.
Okay.
And I don't know, unfortunately, we didn't show it on this map, but I think it's part of this property here, which is on the other side of that cove from this individual property here. So not directly on this property, but close by. Any other questions on that before I move on the location? I just wanted to give you a little bearing on that as you hear from people this evening. As I mentioned earlier, the comp plan does speak to supporting and promoting tourism in the area, encouraging that sort of development and support tourism, lodging, restaurants, et cetera. There were 4 people that spoke at the Planning Commission meeting at the advertised hearing. We also had written comments that were received, and again, those were forwarded to you from the clerk as those were received from various people, and we've got copies of those if you want me to pass those around. If you don't have them with you, I'll be glad to pass those around. So we may have some public comments from some of those individuals tonight as well. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing, and by a vote of 4 to 3, they recommended denial of the special use permit for the short-term tourist rental. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have, any additional questions. I think the owners are here to answer questions and maybe make a presentation, and then we have some folks signed up as well. And we have some folks signed up as well to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Sandy. Any questions from Mr. Sandy? Madam Clerk, I'll open it up if there's any of the owners here of the Jeeves applicants for the hyper invested. If any of those folks wish to speak, I'll open it up for them before we go to the public hearing.
All right. Thank you.
State your name, please.
My name is Dave Jones. I'm one of the owners at 389 Lakemont Drive.
Thank you.
Lori, is that you? I can't read your name.
That's me.
I talked to Lori on the phone a couple times, so I just wanted to publicly say thank you for all your time on the phone back
You're
and
quite
forth. So I
welcome.
appreciate that. Today, I don't like to present this way, but unfortunately, I've been put in this kind of position. I want to ask you to overturn the motion and approve the short-term rental property this evening. We came here with open arms. We love this place. I'm a sports psychology coach for Liberty University. I'm back and forth from Raleigh to Liberty for the last 5 years. I love this area. My wife and I fell in love with it. We came here with open arms. We left the board meeting last month angry, disappointed in the process, and I'd like to explain why. Okay, we thought we were being evaluated based upon the staff and the planning committee that had very specific language to the acceptance and the denial of the application. It was based upon the substantial detriment to the adjacent properties. Okay, these categories were transportation, water and sewer, erosion, public safety, noise, and other. Okay, those are the categories that are written out by the staff, that the staff has approved to say that we should qualify for a short-term rental. These are the categories we thought we were being evaluated on. Transportation, water, erosion, public safety, noise, other. Now, after the meeting, well, let me just keep going. The decision by Mr. James Colby drove home the points that we were adversarial. Because we're a North Carolina company, not a Franklin County resident that has served the community, or that the company does not pay taxes in Franklin County. Okay, I'm a U.S. veteran. I love this area. To say that we're adversarial, this was not true. First of all, we're not a North Carolina company. I called in to say that we do have a company established, Hyperinvested is established, but the house is written in our four families' names, so it is not a North Carolina, it's not a company, okay? So that was a clerical error. We're four families that own the property, okay? I just want to make that clear that we're not a North Carolina company here looking to residential or short-term rental make lots of money. That's not our intent. The claims that Dr. James Colby were not true. They were inflammatory, they're not professional, and most importantly, not part of the process laid out before us. It was based on emotions. And when I talked to you, Lori, you said, come to this tonight and just lay out the facts. And what was judged upon us was emotional. Okay? It was based on emotions. It was discriminatory against me and my family. And I left here disappointed. Okay? It's not true. We are not a North Carolina company. We are a North Carolina company. We are four families who got together, enjoy a vacation home, and want to extend the use of our family and friends. We have never been adversarial. The only person who's adversarial is Mr. Colby, who said we are adversarial. When approached after the meeting, I asked him right here, in this spot right here, and I said, I thought we were being judged upon the substantial detriment of the adjacent properties. Where were the facts of the mental, emotional, physical, spiritual, and financial detriment to the adjacent properties? And he looked at me in the eye right here and he said, you just don't have any friends. Now, board, that's not in the criteria. Disappointing. We have 4.82 acres. The adjoining property and the adjacent property is a little bit of a name thing here, because adjoining to me means back to back. Adjacent means somewhere over there. So adjoining, we have to define that. We have two. Rob is our neighbor who adjoins our properties here tonight. He has no problem with short-term rental. He's going to talk to you. Between the two houses, we have 10 acres. Our property is 4.82 acres. Okay, some of the neighbors are here. Tony's here, Tom and Linda are here, Jim and Susan McSarlo are here, Scott's here. We're not evaluated based upon the criteria set by the board or the staff. We were discriminated because we live in North Carolina. Okay? We were discriminated because we don't have friends. Mr. Colby suggested, when I came out and did the property, Mr. Colby suggested that we go meet the neighbors. Now, in the middle of a pandemic, we're going to go out and meet the neighbors, okay? I thought that was a little overreaching, but I went out, and I did. I knocked on doors. I reached for them.
Mr. Jeeves, I'm going to stop you here
Yes,
for a
sir.
minute, sir. If you want to address the board in regards to your application
Yes, sir.
here for the long-term, short-term rental, I urge you to do that. And if there's a complaint against the planning and zoning, you can take that up with them, sir, okay?
Okay, thank you. I just want to let you know, because there's people out here waiting to say
Yes, sir.
that this is a detrimental impact to the adjacent property, and I want to be judged on the facts. And the facts are not boats hitting the docks, property values decreasing, trash, parking, no wake zone, death, injury, emotional childhood trauma, personal stories of short-term rental tragedies, other residential covenants, restrictions surrounding property, wake zone and no wake zones, overlook of the marina of 7 private docks 1 to 2 miles away, I just want to be, sir, I appreciate you saying that. I just want to be judged on the facts here. And the facts are that there's got to be proof that we have a detrimental impact to the adjacent properties. And what you're about to hear is a lot of emotion. And you're going to make a judgment based on that emotion, and you're going to hear increased traffic, flooding events, boats driving close to golden retrievers, little or no on-site control, which is not true. Violation of water and safety, fireworks. This is what they said last time, right? Dumping trash in the cove. That's what we were judged on. And Mr. Colby basically said, yeah, this is adversarial. And I don't think that's fair. I think you should vote. I think you should cast your vote based upon, is there a detrimental impact to the adjacent property under these 6 criteria that you guys wrote, which is transportation, water, sewer, erosion, public safety, noise. The other categories should not include friends. So tonight I ask you to approve the short-term rental on our property based upon these facts, the rules that you established, not on motion. Our right, with our respect to the A1 property, we have the right to do that. And this is an opportunity to increase revenue and tourism in the county. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question. Could I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
When you all came to Franklin County and looked, did you deal with a realtor?
Yes, sir.
What did the realtor tell you about short-term rentals? I'm just curious.
She told us that Bedford County is a place where short-term rentals are, you don't have to get approval. And she told us that that you could do it, but you have to get board approval. And when we looked at the criteria and we looked at the large land that we have, we said, based on this criteria, how are we going to be a detrimental impact to, we didn't even consider a detrimental impact 2 miles away. So it didn't seem like a big deal to us, honestly.
I'm just curious.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, you got any of the other owners? Here comes one. Come forward.
There's 2 more, if I have the numbers correctly, that own the property.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Am I good to take my
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Speaking to the microphone, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me up here. My name is Jonathan Rosh, and I'm one of the owners of 389 Lake Mount. So first off, I would like to say thank you for having us up here again. We're really excited to have this property. As Dave stated, we have 4 families that are part of this, and we're really excited about the vacation aspect of it. And simply put, when we're not able to be up here, we like the idea of being able to recoup some of the funds in order to help pay for the mortgage, if you would have it. We were recommended to reach out to all the neighbors. And as Dave stated, we were a little bit conflicted by that just because of the COVID-19 situation. We didn't want to impact anybody negatively from a health standpoint, health privacy standpoint. And so I made a point myself to reach out to every one of the neighbors that had any statement, concern, complaint. And I personally wanted to take that on myself as the lead for our group. And all of us, I would say, sympathize with all of the complaints and all of the concerns and you'll probably hear some of the same tonight that were heard from in front of the planning committee. I feel that we were able to amiably address all of those concerns. In our opinion, and from what I understand as well, the opinion of the planning committee staff who evaluated our property, we feel that those concerns, while yes, we do want to sympathize with those, and we have many of the same concerns ourselves. We don't want unsafety for our family and our children. We don't want, we don't want somebody coming into our property and treating it adversely, right? We don't want that for our neighbors. We want excellent relationships with our neighbors. That being said, I feel that we were able to weigh those concerns and complaints, and in our opinion, they don't apply to this case. While yes, they are concerns, sure. The waterway concerns, I don't believe that's even something that should be considered for this scenario. As Dave stated, most of the concerns that were reviewed, again, they don't really apply the trash, the sewer, our nearest walking distance to one of the homes in the RPD property, I believe, is 9 minutes of a walk. So I don't really see how we don't really see ourselves, not that we don't want to build a relationship with our neighbors. We would like to meet as many people in Franklin County and build a positive relationship. We look forward to ourselves going, and we've already visited many restaurants. We like the idea of being able to promote, the financial benefit of the county. And we just feel that really there's no negative impact here. I think that's the moral of the story. And as for families that love this location so much and look forward to spending our time here, we personally don't really see the validity of rejecting other families from doing the same. I mean, this is a beautiful lake. We have a beautiful property. Thank you for welcoming us into the community. And that's something that I think we were kind of hoping for, a little bit more of a welcome, warm welcome. And hopefully that'll be something that we can, work with the neighbors in the future. Again, we don't feel that we should be evaluated per the governance and zoning of a neighboring district, if you would have it, or neighboring zoning. I think I'll just wrap up with this one statement again, just to reiterate. We're excited to be here. Thank you all for having us up tonight. We look forward to many good times at this lake house property.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the owners.
Yes,
I see it's 1,152 square feet. How many bunk beds do you guys have in this home?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
How many bunk beds do you guys have in this home?
Currently, we have 2 bunk beds in the house.
How many people do you plan to have in this house?
Oof, I think that's governed by the county as far as how many rooms we have, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I was just curious. I just want to know how many bunk beds, how many people y'all plan to try to.
Sure.
Y'all trying to get as many people in there as you can.
And we have 2 sets of bunk beds. We have multiple families who have kids. 3 families, in fact, that have kids right now. We'll see if the 4th one.
I can answer that. So it's based upon whatever we get. Don just said, whatever the inspection requires us to do is what we're going to do. We don't want any more in there. We want to abide by what's law and what's set before us.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
We have one more speaker who owns part of the property.
Okay.
No, you're good?
I was just gonna say, it's 2,300 square foot.
If they want to address the board, you need to come up here, sir.
I'll speak for Danny in the back. He just said he believes it's 2,300 square feet on the property.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's all I have, that has signed up to speak who owns the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I'll open up to public hearing, Madam Clerk, if you'll.
Yeah, so our first speaker for public hearing is James McFarland.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors?
Sir, will you speak into the mic, please?
Where is it? Over there. Okay. I haven't been here before. My name is Jim McSlarrell. My wife and I live in 220 Village Lane, the Overlook subdivision. We have a deeded boat slip in the Overlook-owned marina near the entrance of the cove in question. We moved to Franklin County in 2016 and chose our home in the Overlook subdivision. It was clearly an attractive and therefore desirable residential community. We were taken with its natural beauty and, in our case, a great view of the lake. The pastor of Trinity Ecumenical Parish at the time explained at a new member orientation the historical significance of the Hook Powell Mormon property as it related to Trinity. He further pointed out that the hardwood forest on the left of Lake Bent Drive precluded further development. It was and is now a conservation easement on the historic Dinwiddie farm. As far as we could tell, all properties adjacent to the overlook were zoned R1. We felt sure that we had found the perfect retirement location. On December 28, I received a letter from the Planning Commission addressed to the Overlook Marina Association, of which I currently serve as president. The letter notified the association, composed of 7 members, of the proposed rezoning application. We realized this was not an OMA or Overlook Marina issue only, and began to work with all the owners in the Overlook. Everyone we talked to, 18 residents in all, agreed that the proposal is inconsistent with the Overlook neighborhood and the lifestyle we thought that it would provide as homeowners and full-time residents. Furthermore, I was alarmed by the prospect of short-term rental activity anywhere in this rather small cove. The problem is the ever-increasing number of high-speed watercraft that now dominate the area of the lake near Hales Ford Bridge. Most come in, see how narrow the cove really is, and leave. If this application is approved, recreational boating would greatly increase and come toward the marina and the other 6 private docks from both directions. Dangerous, and swimming would be more hazardous. The day after the January 12 PC meeting, one applicant, Mr. Ross, sent us an email outlining broad assurances of proper vetting and regulations. The tone was conciliatory, and he reassured us that the dock-related noise and water safety would be addressed. He emphasized family use in his email. Several of us responded to Mr. Ross' email, voicing urgent concerns. I questioned how an absentee owner would be.
How much more do you have, sir? Your time's up.
I can get through in about 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Several of us responded to Mr. Ross' email voicing more concerns. We pointed out how could absentee owners really take care of the problems that could arise. And I also, because he was talking to us about families so much in almost every detail, I asked him if he would not convert the property to a short-term rental operation or business, since he had repeatedly stated that his LLC's primary focus was for his family. He did return my concern, but did not address any of the concerns that we had laid out. Most importantly, and this is my biggest point, once approval is granted, this change goes with the land, at least as far as I know, and the LLC or another new owner can max out the precedent we have set, that has been set in motion. We do not seek to restrict the lake's significant activities or economic activities, but we do believe the application violates the forward planning begun in 2016.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Farr.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening and speak to you a little bit about the special use permit. I also want to thank everybody who took the time to get back with me for comments earlier and provided some helpful information. Being cognizant of the time, I just want to sort of take one step beyond Mr. Slero. I think he presented to you his expectations when he moved into this community and what he thought he was moving into. And so for a couple minutes, I'd just like to give you some, what I believed I was moving into at 190 Village Lane as well. While I understand that A1 agricultural could be with a special use permit, turn into a possibility for rental, it's not by right. And so to give you some perspective of what we believe we moved into, I put the slide together, and you see on the top here, we have 100% R1 residential, short-term prohibited. If you go to our overlook, all of our overlook, there's 3 sections up there. It is, as I moved in there, covenants in place to restrict any short-term rentals. If you go down here, there is the Nature Conservancy by the Virginia Foundation that borders all the properties except for the 3, of one of which the applicant has process to. And on the other side of that, you have Trinity Church, and you have a 206-acre parcel, which is historic preservation. For anybody that's moving in here, it's a very reasonable belief that we're moving into a community that has residential predominantly and that there was no short-term rentals. And while I'm not adamantly opposed to the thought that you can have short-term rentals in the county, I do believe that the overall nature of this particular parcel, which his sits right there, it is a single parcel in the middle of an entirety that, for the norm of our community, is short-term rentals are prohibited. And we believe that that should stay in place. Additionally, I think it's important to note the Franklin County Board of Supervisors in 2016 in your general land use plan adopted, and it's in your record as presented by planning, that recommends that this be residential R1 or R2 suburban. Your own plan indicates that it should be residential. It's just that apparently the zoning hasn't caught up with the times yet. But the residential would be much more consistent with the properties to which we are in, and the property that the individual has here definitely abuts right up to our community. And lastly, I know that in his opening statement he said that he's not an LLC, but it is filed as an LLC out of North Carolina. And the individuals, why I have no doubt, plan to come and live here and use the place legitimately and freely. I think the real point is they also intend to do rentals. And they're not going to have people on site with those rentals. All of us either live here full-time or part-time, but when we're not here, the properties are not used unsupervised. They're always supervisors, and that's a real concern for us, that we have an unsupervised. I think he suggested he might be able to use a realtor, but a realtor is not going to be able to provide 24/7 like a homeowner who has a vested interest in the community. So I think it's really important that we stay on track, and I'd very much like you to follow your own guidelines from 16, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Next, we have Tony Werner.
Greetings.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors and guests, my name is Tony Warner, and my wife Sue and I have lived at 170 Village Lane for the past 19 years, owned property for the last 22 in Franklin County. We object to this application for many reasons. I would like to talk about the safety issues in the cove, where the applicant intends to rent his dwelling. And let's keep in mind that short-term renters have a different mindset than residents, and consequently, they care a little bit less and really perform a little bit less toward safety. And we know very well that safety does not take days off for anyone, especially those who care less. Let's take a little walk around the shoreline. Slide number 3 or 4, please.
If you hit the next button,
Which one?
you can actually control it.
Oh. Very
That's
nice.
one, I just hit it once.
Oh, okay. Well, I really want to go to this one. I want to take you for a little walk around the shoreline here. This is the Ricards. Now we're in the back of the back of the cove, very back of the cove. Across the way you see the applicant's dock, and Ricards is right here on this side, this first one. I'm standing now on the Ricards dock, looking over at the applicants, which is 40.4 feet per the Google GSA, the GPS distancing. So that leaves very little room for a boat or a Sea-Doo to squeeze by. This is the Macaulay residence, the next one over. And it is about 106 feet, 107 feet from the applicant's dock. Incidentally, the Macaulays and the Ricards have kids there swimming in the water frequently. And I just want to mention at this time about PWCs, which are the Sea-Doos and the jet skis. When you take off with those crafts, they take off like this. And until you get up to speed and they flatten out, do you see what's in front of you? So if there are swimmers out there, they're not necessarily going to see these folks. This is just an observation that I'm making, and certainly don't mean for it to be emotional at all. The next slide is the McCurdy's, and this is taken from the other side now of the shoreline, looking back at the Macaulay's, which is. Is my time up already?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness. Can I have another minute?
A quick minute.
Okay. I just want to mention about the Virginia Department of Games and Fisheries reported 23 accidents in the last few years, with 5 with personal damage over $2,000, 16 with injuries beyond first aid care, and 2 fatal accidents. And as you might know, we had one just this past Sunday where somebody fell in the water and died down Panhook. We also have a safety issue with the intersection at Lakemont and Route 122, and has been the site of many bad accidents during the summer months when the traffic is heavy. It is difficult to get out of that intersection. We do know that the state is looking at it, and the DOH as well. With more traffic, matters will only be worse. We object to this application and appreciate the time you are giving us to spell out the problems we see for any short-term rental off of the Lakemont Drive. We are here to ask for your help.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Linda Sullivan.
It's warm out there. Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for hearing our comments today. It is very appreciated. My name is Linda Sullivan. My husband, Tom, is outside. He's here with me as well. We live in the Overlook community, which is adjacent, as you know, to the applicant's property. I also serve as secretary of the Overlook Marina Association, which owns and operates the 7-slip boat dock that you saw in the pictures. My husband and I are permanent residents of Franklin County, and we absolutely love it here. It took us over a year to find our retirement home, and we found it here in Franklin County and in the Overlook community. And when we bought our home, we relied heavily on the covenants that exist in our community, and those place a value on short-term, having no or prohibit short-term rentals in both our Overlook community as well as the surrounding communities. These covenants are filed in Franklin County, and they've been in place for over 2 decades in 2 sections of the Overlook and a decade and a half in our section of the Overlook. And so we're here today because we believe that the outcome of this proceeding will have a significant impact on us. And I'd like to highlight 4 reasons, key reasons why. First, the property is in a residential neighborhood, as you've heard, either by zoning or covenants, and short-term rentals are prohibited, and they have been for decades. This is a core value of our community. Plus, as you heard earlier, this particular property is nestled in between 2 very large open spaces, the Nature Conservatory on one side, which is over 100 acres, and the historical home that is on the other side, which is over 200 acres. And then the Overlook community is in front of that, and nestled right in between is this property. And it is zoned A1. yet it was designated in the 2016 long-term plan as residential. We believe that having this property nestled right in the middle of our community, becoming a short-term rental will totally change the environment in our neighborhood, and it would be like putting a commercial business or a small hotel right into our community. Second are safety and environmental issues. You've heard a lot about those today, so I won't talk much about it, but I do believe there is a very serious public safety concern in our extremely small cove, as you've heard. Septic is also another concern, and we received confirmation from the county today that no resignation fee or pump out inspection receipts have been received for the property, so I'm not sure what the condition is there. Also, from a safety standpoint, the OMA purchased additional liability insurance in October of 2020 because of the safety and other concerns in this small cove. Third, we believe that commercial activity is the intent of the property. If I may have just a few more seconds,
No,
please.
a few more seconds, not,
If anything goes wrong, this is set up as an LLC. If anything goes wrong, then our community will be left to deal with an out-of-state company where there is no personal accountability or no personal liability. And while we fully understand and support commercial development and finding that balance between economic development and permanent residence here in Franklin County, we believe this particular item is just not one that makes sense. And so I thank you and urge you to vote no on this petition.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, we have Scott McCulley. Just the arrows? On
Sorry, thank you so much. My wife Ann and I live at 53 Aspen Way for
Sir, I
almost...
need to get you to tell us your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. My time, so I apologize. So it's Scott McCulley. My son Devin, Alyssa both went to, and my youngest Braden all went to all through the Franklin County Public Schools. My current oldest is still in high school with virtual learning. So I've been here 27 years, like I said. As you can see in the map, I'm 127 feet away from this property. We enjoy family and neighborhood time in our coves, and I welcome our new neighbors for similar times when they visit, but I cannot support their property being allowed short-term rentals, as this will go against what I think the Franklin County Code, Article 1, Section 25-2, the purpose and intent of zoning, and that is to facilitate the creation of a convenient, attractive, and harmonious community. This island short-term rental is nearly in a near effective R1 with those provisions, and the A1 conservation easement is not keeping the community in harmony. I talked with the previous owner of the property, Sherry Colazar, and she forwarded you an email that I sent to you, that originally the Hyper Investment LLC was looking at getting this property with short-term rentals, but then they proceeded on with no conditions to have that. And what I'm looking at is the board is under no obligation to grant this permit to an LLC that is trying to change the makeup of our community cove. This permit it's forever. It exists in the system. To me, you already have an LLC where 4 families are using it, so you're getting nearly effectively a short-term rental with that. So just to remind you about that to me, it's not a right like you would have with other things, like a right to vote. It's not a right to issue the permit. You have to look at all the guidelines and the criteria. The direct path, as you see, it's as you can see, from their boat dock to the Smith Mountain Cove, you pretty much you'd have to go through my boat dock, or at least past extremely close to it. And I'm just afraid that with short-term renters, I could have boating violations several times a day because, they're not people that have a concern for the area. And my deepest concern is, like Tony mentioned, if you're not familiar with boats, especially bow riders, if you gun the boat, someone could be swimming in the shore and you have a blind spot. So someone tries to go out and they just take the corner a little short. My children, or hopefully my grandchildren, will be swimming out there, and I don't want them to be affected. And I want to make sure that this is not someone complaining about the 50-foot no wakes violation. I feel it's a real life-threatening situation. And with my current neighbors and the former neighbors, you had the respect, they had kids, and I know these owners have kids, but I don't know what the renters are going to have. And I feel also that Section 25, Part 2 of the zoning, which Part A, which talks about promoting the health and safety and general welfare to the public, should necessarily deny this request. And in conclusion, I'm just, I'm not against my neighbors and their friends having fun or using their property, but what I don't want to have is this constant fear or frustration and thinking of who did they rent to this time. So, going back to the rental, to me, I think if Hyperinvestment wanted to purchase something for short-term rental, they should have purchased that and not expected it to be, by virtue. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
We have Robert Lindquist.
See if you guys can hear me okay. I'm Robert Lindquist, and I'm actually the next door neighbor of them. And I just wanted to speak briefly to my impression of them. I'm actually the lot right next to them. You have to use my road. It's an easement for them. So everything in and out of their house goes past my house. Plus I maintain the road and the property around there. I've been impressed by them. I've known them about 4 months now. And, I'm right next door, so we've spoken quite a bit. And they approached me right off the bat about their plan, that they wanted to make some income off of it. But as you've heard a few times, that their primary reason was to use the house for themselves. And I believe that's true. I've had side conversations with all of the families, and I believe that that's their primary, with the rental being secondary. And Dave and Laura took a lot of vacations at the lake here, and that's what got them interested in buying a place. And I truly believe that all of them understand how special it is to own a property on the lake, and especially back at a cove like ours. I don't see them creating a benefit for themselves at the detriment of others. I don't see them as, my perception is they would not be absentee landlords just collecting rental checks. And I know they want to spend more time and integrate. I see them, this is my opinion, my perceptions of knowing them for 4 months, that they would be much more hands-on and proactive. And if there were issues, that they would tackle them immediately. As I was saying, they have long-term goals to live and enjoy the lake, and realize that means as much to them as a quality of life standard as everybody else. And my attitude from the beginning is, sorry about my raspy throat, is to let them have the opportunity. I told them the onus is on them to make it work. And that's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And that's all that I have signed up on my sheet. And it looks like
That's all. Thank you. We'll go back into regular session, close the public hearing. I'll ask the board, what's your pleasure? Yes, sir.
You allowing any comments?
If you want to comment, yes, go ahead.
I want this family to enjoy our lake. I'm glad you guys are here. The biggest issue I have with this short-term rental is if they are a North Carolina LLC. So why is everybody saying, Steve, is this a North Carolina LLC or is it a Virginia LLC? Because this would be no different than problems we've had in other subdivisions where we've tried to impose fines and stuff like that, and them being out of state got our hands tied. We have no course of action if that's the case.
So the documentation that we had as part of the application shows it as a articles of organization from North Carolina.
What city?
Hyper Invested LLC. Now, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know if you can start it in one place and then shift it to Virginia, and maybe that's what they, but the original documentation we had showed it as being established in North Carolina at least.
Right.
The house is deeded in all 4 of our names, so I don't know where he got that from. And after the last hearing, I called and said, you gotta change your paperwork because this is not in an LLC. If you look at the title, which is in that paper, it's in all 4 of our names. It is not in the North Carolina Corporation. So if you wanna come at us with fees, I will personally pay them myself. And if the families over here will have the integrity to do that. I'm not going after a corporation.
I'm just going by what we have here. I mean, I'm good.
If you look at the title, it's in all 4 names.
Mr. Carter?
While you're looking for that, Steve, there was also a question raised. Is it 1,152 square feet or is it 2,300 square feet house? Take your time, that's fine.
2,300 square foot.
Basic.
Up still a little bit. I mean, I think that the tax record is somewhere within 50 square foot of that.
Yeah, the information that we have in the staff report, which is usually generated from the GIS information and from the real estate information, shows it as 1152. Now, potentially there's maybe a lower level that was unfinished at the time or something like that. So the number I have is 1152, but there could be more than that that's actually finished at this time.
Steve, while you're up there, Mr. Chairman, may I ask Steve a quick question? I am seeing that there's no septic report on file with VDH. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so I think the information that we got back from the health department said they researched their files and couldn't find a record. I will say that's not uncommon because some of these older systems, they just don't have the paper records. So always, when we make a recommendation, always one of the conditions is they've got to have the documentation from the health department. So in this case, if there isn't any documentation, they're going to have someone come out and verify the system, potentially increase the size of it based on the number of bedrooms. So in the staff recommendation that originally went with this, that was one of the conditions, and that's typical of what we've done in a lot of these is the bedrooms have to match the septic has to be approved by the health department, all those things before you can use it for short-term rental.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, can I make some comments?
Sure.
This short-term rental is in my district, in the Gills Creek district. And I do want to extend, my gratitude and I'm sure the board's gratitude to the applicants for choosing Franklin County. It's really nice to know that people from other states are coming in and finding the beauty that we enjoy here every day. So we welcome you. With respect to the application request for short-term rental, I have numerous concerns about approving this, and I will not go into great detail, but primarily the conservation zone is very problematic for me with the National Register of Historic Places. One of the things, as I have tried to be a good study of zoning and of what the county has codified and what we've codified with respect to short-term rentals, is that Franklin County historically, has been an A1 county largely. We have 3 areas that are not even zoned, I believe 3 or 4. And as a result of that, the lake has grown up over many years, decades. And as it's grown up, we've got subdivisions, we've got, a lot of R1. We've got planned community developments and residential planned community developments. And these prohibit short-term rentals. So when I get an application that comes across my desk for an application for short-term rental, one of the first things that I like to look at is the compatibility of the request to the adjacent and nearby properties. And with this specific request, we've got R1 and we've got RPD, and an RPD that disallows short-term rentals. And so I worry about that compatibility. And inasmuch as I really think that citizens have, some inherent right to their property use, I also believe that our zoning regulations are there for a reason. And that reason, in this case and in short-term rental cases, is I feel the need to protect also not only the applicant's ability to apply, but the residents that live in that neighborhood, in that vicinity, from what they think they bought into. And obviously, if there's A1 around you, that opens up a host of issues. This is an area that I'm hoping this board will address at some point in the next year or so, because in our district, we have so many areas of A1 right in the middle of R1, and it's very difficult. These are challenging applications, and I'm just finding it troublesome to approve for my vote of a short-term rental in an area that is residential, that people bought into that area with the expectation of it being residential. And to the extent that a short-term rental is going to have transiency, it's going to have people coming in and out. We love our tourists. We're so glad we have them. But at the same point, it's like when I talk about lake issues on another board I'm on, our tourists come in and out, they enjoy us, and then they leave. And whether our short-term renters would honor the neighborhoods that they're in is a question. And so I am very skeptical of, and I look at these applications with a degree of skepticism only as it relates to A1 versus R1 and RPD, in terms of analyzing and balancing what the rights are on both sides of the issue. I apologize if there was emotionality injected at the Planning Commission level. That shouldn't happen, and I apologize to you for that, especially on Mr. Colby's behalf. But with this being in my district, I can't support the application, and I hope that I have been articulate enough and factually based to express my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, board, what's your pleasure? Calling for the question.
Mr. Chairman, is there further comment?
Hold on, Mr.
Sure.
Yes, I just noticed that evidently the planning commission had some problem approving it
Yeah.
or disapproving it. I just see that the count was 4-3.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And it makes a little curiosity for me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I need a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would move that I find that such use will be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will be changed thereby, and that such use will not be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I moved to recommend denial of the request for the special use permit.
Second.
Second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Did you want to repeat?
It's,
You just read word for word. We're voting to deny, correct? Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Tatum is absent for this vote.
Mr. Tatum got called into work.
Oh.
All right, thank you.
Mr.
Third,
Chairman,
next one.
I'd like to express thanks to everybody that came to speak. Thank you.
Can I say one thing?
No, sir, it's over with. Thank you. Ms. Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm here today to talk to you about an application of Laura Turner, and Willard Construction of Smith Mountain Lake LLC is the owners of the property. They're requesting an approval of the concept plan for a distillery store and tasting room. The property is zone PCD, which is your planned commercial development. It's located at 96 Builders Pride in the Gills Creek District. And the tax map number is 0300005201. The property is located in the designated growth area of the Westlake Hells Ford plan. It's also located in a commercial mixed use according to the comp plan. The purpose of this request is to comply with section 25-402, the effective approval of a concept plan in the Franklin County Code to ensure that such use, the distillery and the tasting room, will be in keeping with the purpose and design guidelines of the PCD district and the comprehensive plan. To give you a little background, some of you might remember when this development was rezoned in 2002 to a planned commercial development. There was different proposed uses to be developed, and a lot of them were developed, but some of them did not. So there is still a wide variety of land and residential and office and retail uses that are there, but there are some areas where there can be more. Recently, this board approved an amendment to this concept plan for Runkin Pratt back in May of 2016, so you did the same process that we're going through right now. The applicant is requesting the addition of this distillery store and the tasting room to be a permitted use located on approximately 3.2 acre parcel at 96 Builders Pride. The proposed use is not specifically listed in your PCD permitted uses. So that's why we're here, to change the concept plan and to see if you would allow this use or the flexibility to allow this use in the PCD district. We always give you a vicinity map showing you the location, but I'm sure that most of you are familiar with the Westlake Town Center, where the Kroger is and the movie theater. And there are also offices in Runkin Pratt and the Carilion Wellness Center. We also like to give you a zoning map. You will see the purple. This is PCD. This is still A1. And across the street, most of this is B2. Oh, it's my M1, sorry. I was used to what I'm looking at. Excuse me. The Enterprise Lane is our M1, which is our light industrial. Sorry about that. Let me go to, this is the blue highlighted area is the 3.2 acres. 96 Builder Pride is right here. You may remember in the years past, there's been a bakery, I think a coffee shop. There was at one time a sandwich shop. So it's been different commercial businesses in and out of here. This whole area has either commercial businesses, either a restaurant, or it has offices and other services for the community. Staff analysis, section 25-402 of the Franklin County zoning ordinance does allow you flexibility of certain lot setbacks, design guidelines, or use restrictions. And we are talking about the use restrictions tonight. A tasting room, distillery store shall be within keeping of the purpose of your planned community development district and the intent of the zoning ordinance and the intent of the comprehensive plan and the design guidelines of the PCD district. The property consists, as I told you, of different commercial businesses, and the tasting room and distillery store would be compatible with these. And in also in keeping with the character of the area. And in fact, it would meet the purpose of the PCD district as another commercial use for this town center. And basically, it would enhance the town center. There was one public comment at the Planning Commission advertised public hearing, but there was no written comments that were sent to staff afterwards. The Planning Commission did recommend by vote, 7-0, 7 in favor, 0 not, well, there was nobody against. Approval of the request to the rezoning for the purpose of modifying the approved concept plan that was prepared by Lumsden and Associates on March 3rd, 2016. It's sheets 1 and 2. To allow for this distillery and tasting room to be an allowable use on this parcel within the planned commercial district. And I would be glad to answer any questions that you have about the section or why we are here today.
Ms. Cooper, I've got a question for you.
Sure.
Other than the name, what's the difference between a bar and a tasting room?
And I'm sure the applicant can explain it, but a tasting room, you can only have, I think it's 3 ounces, and you can only have 1 3-ounce a day. So once you taste that 3 ounces, you can't have any more. And then the distillery store, if you like what you tasted, they'll have different flavors that you would be able to purchase. So you can't come in and sit and order a couple of drinks. It's not allowed by the state of Virginia and the ABC.
So it is controlled by the ABC board?
Yes, and I'm sure the applicant can go into more detail. She did have to go through a process, and she put some documentations in her packet. She has already, I think Ms. Turner can tell you, I think she's already been through that process. She's waiting for this to be able to open.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
You probably can't answer this, maybe they will be able to, but how many drinks you allowed to sample?
I think just 1.
3 ounces, you said?
3 ounces. I'm almost positive, but Ms. Turner can verify that.
Well, I've been in a few tasting rooms, you always had more, but, well, I never drank no more than 3 ounces, but I'm talking about they have several different liquors that you had, and they give you a taste of each one. So are you saying they're gonna give you 3.5 ounces and that's it? Or are you gonna be, oh, I'm sorry, I'll wait till they come back.
I'm
I know you
saying that
can't
it's
answer,
only
I'm sorry.
3 ounces, but I'll let Ms. Turner
Okay, I'm sorry,
address that.
I should have asked them, I appreciate it, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions?
Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is there either one of the applicants that wish to speak?
I have Ms. Turner written down as the only speaker for this item.
Mrs. Turner?
I'm Laura Turner, the owner of Brewster's Rise and Shine Distillery, and we want to open the ABC store, distillery store, and you can only sell 3 ounces per person per day. You can get 3 cocktails with 1 ounce alcohol, or you can get 2 cocktails with 1 ounce and then 2 half-ounce shots, or you can get 1 cocktail with 1 ounce and then you can get 3 half-ounce shots, or you can get 4 half-ounce shots, and that's all you can get in a day's time. And everything is regulated by the Virginia ABC.
Well, that's what I meant, instead of giving a person the 3.5 ounces, they have a choice of, I want, say, a half ounce of this, or an ounce of this, or an ounce of this.
Yep.
Okay, all right, that's what I want to
Yep.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, your store, what kind of hours you gonna have?
We can only work the hours that the Virginia ABC works, and currently they're
And what
working.
kind of hours are you gonna have?
Well, it's going to be Monday through Saturday. I can be there 12 to 9, and then Sundays 12 to 7. But to begin with, it's going to be different hours because I currently work at the pharmacy, and I can't just leave the pharmacy and do this. I'm going to have to wean off of the pharmacy. So it'll be
Who's gonna
different
police
hours.
this?
Do what?
Who's gonna police this?
Who's going to police
The
it?
3-hour short shots.
Virginia ABC. I have to follow all rules and regulations for the Virginia ABC.
So is the same person gonna be there all day, the entire shift?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
you're welcome.
Any more questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
I don't have anyone on this sheet, and it looks like we're getting no.
All right, well, I'll open it up for the board discussion.
Chairman.
It's concerning to me, a tasting room. I don't see a whole lot of difference in a tasting room and a bar. It's gonna be one shift, same person there. We're right there, and we're trying to get a family-oriented business going. You're right there with Runkin Pratt, and it's concerning to me. There's already that brewery right down below it is closed, but, I've said this before, y'all may be getting tired of hearing me say it, but put all the lipstick you want on a pig, it's still a pig. And I think has the potential of being detrimental to our county. That's just my thoughts. It's y'all's turn to talk.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. Sandy a couple,
Who?
Mr. Sandy, a
Yes.
question or two?
Mr. Sandy.
Sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to catch you off guard.
As long as it's not how many shots you can have.
I was wanting a favor.
I think it's your
I got
fourth shot.
confused after she went through all this.
I think this is your fourth shot, if I'm not mistaken.
Steve, I noticed that the Planning Commission, nor did the staff report, place any conditions on this SUP. I know that I am sensing from the board some great hesitation in some regards. And I'm wondering, would it be appropriate, or even if it would be perhaps legal, to place a condition on the permit that articulates and identifies the parts of the Virginia Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control regulations as they relate to a tasting room? Or is that perceived as a redundancy because of the state law itself?
Yeah, that's what I would say, and that it could change over time as well, and then, you might have conditions that are now outdated. The other thing is this is really a rezoning because under the PCD, the Board of Supervisors has the ability to approve permitted uses within a PCD development. And so this is really a rezoning to modify the list of permitted uses. So it's not technically a special use permit where you can add conditions to it.
Correct. Thank you for clarifying
So
that. Yeah.
PCD is kind of a unique animal where you have a lot of flexibility, and you basically are rezoning it again, but allowing this additional use to occur on that property if you approve it.
That would be just for that property. I mean, what about the precedent setting for other vacated buildings in the area? I mean, does it tend to set precedent?
It would be restricted to that one parcel
Right.
that Lisa brought up, and I think right around the corner from that is the ABC store is right there.
Right.
So kind of in that area would be the extent of where this use would be permitted.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be permitted on the Runkin part of the development or even over at the Kroger lot. It would only be specifically on that parcel, and I think we had that parcel there.
I'm familiar with the building, yeah.
So the wellness center's here, Kroger's here. Whoops, you probably can't see that. Kroger's here, wellness center's here, just for those that, I think up here in the front is Subway and the jewelry store on the corner of that building, just to orient you of which building we're talking about.
And I'm wondering, has there been any mention of any future expansion? I probably should have asked the applicant that question, or moving from a tasting room to another use.
Yeah, we'll probably have to ask
The
her.
applicant.
I think, my understanding is she's leasing this back corner part here from the Willards, who I guess still own the property in the building, I guess.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Carter, hold on a minute, Mr. Sandy.
Will you also, I guess I'll ask the applicant, or you may know, will you serve food as well? No. It's just a tasting room? Yeah. And that, you might explain to them, that's going to be pretty heavily regulated by the ABC board, correct? Correct. Yeah. There's a lot of rules and stipulations, and I assume they come and inspect you periodically?
They do.
Yeah. It's a
But-
pretty regulated industry.
I understand that, but my argument is, how is she gonna police it?
Yeah.
You know, the ABC's not gonna sit somebody and have an agent in there the whole time.
Well, I mean, I
She's
have
gonna have-
employees.
Excuse me, ma'am, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You go ahead and talk.
I'm gonna have employees.
But my question earlier was, is the same employee gonna be there all day?
I misunderstood what you said. But there will be different employees.
All right, I come in and get my 3 ounces. Another employee comes in, how they gonna know that I've been there earlier?
Well, that's a good question.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir. I think in my reading, I see that there's already an ABC store there, basically in the building.
The Virginia ABC, yeah, it's part of that
On
building.
the front side,
I was
Mr.
thinking
Mitchell.
that it's,
Yes,
It is.
correct.
It's right there on front.
I think it's about 3 ounces.
Mr. Mitchell?
I don't have a problem with it. I don't drink. I do hear what our chairman is saying. I am concerned on how you're going to police it, exactly what he's saying. The last thing we need is more drunk drivers on the road, and I would hope that you would do everything in your power to prevent that.
Well, the point of sale system that I'm using will scan driver's license, but I can continue to look to see if there's any other program that I can get that will keep track. I mean, we've been to 3 or 4 other distilleries in the area, and we've asked them about that, and they say, you know, most people, they just come in, they get their 3 ounces and they go. They don't cause any trouble or anything like that. And I've heard several people at the lake have heard that we're coming, and they're very excited.
Yeah. I mean, this is a question for Steve. I mean, can we put a stipulation in there to prove it that they have some kind of policing method to make sure that we're not putting drunk drivers on the road?
It's a rezoning, not
This
a
is a
special
rezoning.
use. Yeah,
Okay,
that was
all
my
right.
fault for saying that.
We're all getting educated here tonight, sorry. I, for one, don't have a problem with it. I do have my concerns like our chairman, but just have to see what happens.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I do.
All right, Mr. Gundy.
I remember years ago, Franklin County wasn't allowed to sell beer on Sunday. And I guarantee you, as much beer was sold on Sunday as it was on Saturday. Because, I mean, people come to the store and they say, well, I want a 6-pack of milk. What kind of milk you want? Budweiser. They go back there and get it. So, as far as you're talking about policing, now, most people that do situations like that, and like I said, I can remember an agent would come in and say, okay, I want some milk, and you ask him 6-pack, and you tell him what kind, then he says you're under arrest. Now, I understand that part, but getting back to Mr. Thompson's question, when you change employees, you know, 3 ounces of strong liquor is right smart, and if you get several, then you got a problem, and I sort of have a hard time with that because it's hard to police. I mean, I just can't understand how you're gonna police it because, like I said, unless an agent comes in and checks everybody every day, then I don't know. I don't know. But all I know, you know what I remember, we used to run a store. People bought beer, and I'm sure shots are gonna be the same way. Not that I'm saying that you would, but I'm just saying it's always a slip up. And it don't take but one slip up to get somebody hurt. So.
Yes, sir, Mr. Carter.
I'm just curious, what's it cost to come in there and buy 3 ounces roughly?
It just depends. The one we went to, I think me and my husband together got 6 ounces, and it was like $12.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, I need a motion. What's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion. Make sure I'm on the right one here. Yep. I approve. I find that such use and modification to the approved concept plan is in keeping with the purpose of the PCD district, the intent of the county zoning ordinance, county's comprehensive plan and the design guidelines of the PCD district. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request to modify the approved concept plan prepared by Lumsden Associates PC dated March 3rd, 2016, to add a distillery store and tasting room as a permitted use in the PCD district.
I already got a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
No.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
No.
Chairman Thompson.
No.
So right now where we stand, it's 3-3.
Say that again. It's a 3.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for this vote. So right now we're at 3-3, with the motion being.
Well, at this point, the motion doesn't,
It doesn't
I-
pass.
an action taken.
It has no action taken, correct?
Yeah.
You can,
You're talking about something like table it?
yeah, you probably
Okay.
should table it.
Table it.
Next
I
time.
think we need to table it till our next meeting until Mr. Tatum can be here to break the tie. So we'll table this to our next, put it on the next meeting. Thank y'all.
Chairman Thompson, can we take a vote to table?
Do a roll call.
So I'll need a motion.
I would make a motion that the Board of Supervisors table the application for rezoning by Laura Turner, applicant, and Willard Construction of Smith Mountain Lake LLC owners.
Second.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Tatum is absent for this vote as well.
All right. Ms. Cooper.
It's been a rough day.
Got one more.
We're here today to hear a special use permit.
Ms. Cooper, will you mind moving your mask,
Oh,
please, and
I'm
talking
sorry.
into this?
I'm so used to having it on, I didn't even
Thank
think
you,
about
ma'am.
removing it. I'm sorry. We're here today to do a special use permit for Jeffrey and Lori DePere, the farm at Cedar Ridge LLC. The special use permit with possible conditions to operate a club private for recreational and educational programs on approximately 32.07 acres. The property is zoned R1, and that is your residential suburban subdivision district. The property is located at 112 Cedar Ridge Road in the Union Hall districts. Club private is allowed as a permitted use with the special use permit in the R1 zoning districts, and the future land use designation for this property is low-density residential. We held a public hearing with the Planning Commission in December, and the applicant at that time wanted to do the same uses that they're doing now, but they were trying to rezone the property from R1 to A1 and obtain a special use permit for private recreational facilities. And they were still trying to do the yoga and meditation activities at the property. And they were also still trying to do the educational and workshops. And the citizens that spoke at that hearing in December, they was opposed to the rezoning from R1 to A1, but they did not express concerns over the special use permit activities that would have been done on that property. So after talking to the applicants and getting back together with them, they decided to withdraw that rezoning and the special use permit application for private recreational facilities. And they decided to come to the board, with the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors for Club Private. What they still want to do is they still want to do the yoga and meditation in the barn that is existing on the property. And they would also like to use the property for educational classes and workshops, such as an apple cider pressing demo or art classes. They have lavender fields, so they can have lavender crafts, or they can do meditation or mindfulness on the property. They also would like to be able to have talks with for beekeeping. The application, like I said, the activities on this would be done at the barn and the lavender fields, and they do have parking. We give you a vicinity map showing you that it is in the Union Hall District and an approximate location of where it is in Franklin County. This is your zoning map. You'll notice in the blue area highlighted, this is the 32 acres. And it is zoned R1. The subdivision, it is part of the subdivision behind here and over here, but this part of the subdivision is A1. If you're familiar with this area, the DePeers own the spa here, and they would be doing a lot of the yoga and meditations and workshops on this property. But because of COVID and having to have certain distance, they would like to move it to the barn. In fact, they had moved it to the barn and didn't realize that it couldn't be there, and we had received a complaint, and that's what started up the process. Where we advertise for 32 acres, but what the DePeers want to do is they would like to use it in this 10-acre slot here. This map was done by our GIS department on January 14th. I don't know if you can see it, but there is an existing barn. This is covering up some of the lavender fields. It's not showing up, but they're in this area. So it's easier for us to advertise for the whole 32 acres, and then we can always come down to a specific area, because if we would have only advertised like for 5 acres and we wanted to do 10, we would have to re-advertise this petition. So we always start with the whole parcel and we work from there. Staff analysis, this is low-density residential, and usually mainly you see subdivisions and housing units. However, a private club with limited activities could enhance this residential community and support the existing spa, a business that is on David Lane, where I showed you where their original business is. Low-density residential usually has some type of recreational activities and other amenities that are located close to housing areas and even commercial centers. The comprehensive plan would support this request for a special use permit for a private club with the conditions by staff is requesting. There were 6 public comments received at the advertised public hearing, and you also received written comments that were forwarded to you by your clerk. The recommendation of the Planning Commission was a vote of 7-0 in favor of the special use permit for the club private. They did put specific regulations. You'll notice that when they talked about the club, activities shall be limited to activities of recreation and educational nature. They said yoga and or meditation classes, nature walks, lectures, and workshops. So they were somewhat specific of what could be done in that 10-acre area. Activities shall not include overnight lodging or short-term rental use. The typical club hours could be daily from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Also, the class group sizes shall be limited to no more than 20 people at one time. All workshops and bathrooms facilities would have to be approved by the Virginia Department of Health and the Franklin County building official. Club activities will not be able to be accessed from Cedar Bay. If you remember, this is Cedar Bay, so you could not access from here. You're going to have to access from Cedar Ridge up close to the barn. And then also, club activities shall be limited to the front portion, approximately 10 acres of the property shown on the attached map that was prepared by the Franklin County GIS in January 14th of 2021, and I have that map up again. And I would be glad to answer any questions that you have about the club private or this application.
Thank you. Anybody? Go ahead.
I have really two questions. Number
Okay.
one, we originally gave them 5 acres for the barn, correct? For the salt house.
The only,
2017, I believe.
right, it was
2017.
on a separate parcel. The salt house is on this parcel right here on David Lane.
So this 10 does not cover the salt house in, so that's roughly 15 acres.
Yes, you could look at it that way, yes.
Okay, all right. Explain to me what's the difference between a club and a private club. Because if you want to be a member, and if you know this person, okay, this is a private club, you can join. But suppose they bring a friend and says, okay, they want to join. Okay, you be part of the private club. So what is the difference between a private club and a club?
Well, our zoning ordinance has a definition for a public club. It does not have a definition for a private club. But the zoning administrator has ruled that they're similar. And your planning commission limited any activities to 20 people. They did not go into discussion about the membership. So it would be open, like if you wanted to do the workshop, you could have 20 people at that workshop. But that would be all. You couldn't have 50, you couldn't have 25.
Right, but you can still be an outsider and stay in the 20 group. That's what I'm trying to
Yes,
say.
yes.
What I'm trying to say is, I don't understand how you can say, I'm not referring to you, please don't think I am.
Oh, that's fine.
But how can you have a private club and a club when anybody can join? I know you're limiting the people on it, but that's not private. That's just a club. So I can't understand the wording of difference between a club and a private club. Unless you're just gonna say, I've got 30 members of my family, these are the only ones gonna be it, and this is private. When you invite the public in,
Right.
that's not private. That's a club. So that's one of my kicks. I can't get over this. I'm sorry, but
Okay.
it's and
Well, I don't
two-
know how to answer your question any differently. I don't know if Steve has any comment to maybe explain it.
I think the idea here, and maybe the applicants can address it more clearly, but I think the idea here is you'd have to be a club member to participate in these activities. So whether that's an annual membership fee you pay up front, or you pay an additional, cost per class, or however they want to do that, I'm not sure how they're planning to set that up. But I think that's the idea of how it'd be limited. Maybe this isn't the greatest example, but a Sam's Club, not just anybody can go in, you have to actually purchase a membership, but anybody can purchase a membership. So it's private in the sense that you have to have a membership, but it's
seems to
public
me
because anybody can get that membership.
It seems to me the old saying, tomato.
And
Okay, my tomato is that I got a private club. Tomato
agree.
says you can join.
I agree, and I guess for me, I'm not sure why we differentiate in the ordinance
Right.
between public and
Right.
private. They're both allowed by special use permit.
I get leery when it says private. That's
So
what
should
bothers
just
me.
probably just be club, whether it's public or private. But I think that's the idea, is that folks would sign up to be, club members, whether they participate at the salt spa or whether they come to these workshops. But they're probably paying some sort of annual, membership fee to be part of those classes.
Right. Well, I have one other question.
But I think the applicants probably can tell you more about kind of how they
Okay.
envision that to go as well.
Well, I have one other question. What is the limit on this 32 acres or they want to stop at? I know you got 5 acres. Okay, we approved that. Now you got 10 acres. So are you eventually going to try to absorb all that R1 into A1? Or what's your plans?
Well-
What they plan to do with this other?
So as Lisa mentioned, this is the 5 acres that was issued a special use permit for the salt spa 3 or 4 years ago.
Yes, sir.
This request, as it's currently requested, is for the special use permit for the private club. And the recommendation that's come to you from the planning commission is to limit it to this 10 acres. You'd have to ask the applicant if they have greater plans than that,
Okay.
but to do anything more than the 10 acres, they would have to come back through this process and get your approval.
Well, I realize that was an unfair question to you, and I apologize. But, do we keep knocking away till we get it all, or where's the stopping point at? I mean, you know, I'm not real thrilled about getting rid of R1 and making old A1.
Well, we're not getting rid of it.
doing that.
Initially, and I think Lisa touched on that, initially they did request a rezoning, but they've since withdrawn that request, and now they just want to keep it R1, but ask for the special use permit to do these activities on the R1.
This is gonna stay R1?
Yes.
It's all going to stay R1, yes, sir. So we're only seeking a special use permit for the private club on the, and it's on the 32 acres, but the commission has recommended that you limit it to those 10 acres that are shown on the map. And through those conditions, you could reduce that down to 5 acres if you wanted to. I mean, you have the ability to limit the activities, you have the ability to limit the hours, you have the ability to limit the acreage that's used and so forth. So this is the recommendation that's come to you from the commission, is to approve it, but limit it to that 10-acre area. In addition to the 5 acres, I understand you said the 5 acres, but that's actually a separate track. And that one's already in operation and being used for that purpose.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry I put you on the spot, but I was just curious
No,
about
I'm
this
sorry
thing.
to put Steve on the
Ms.
spot.
Smith, go ahead.
Lisa, the conditions that have been placed on this by the planning commission, I keep hearing 20 people thrown around in loose conversation here, but it actually says up to 50 people for no more than 5 times a year for seasonal workshops.
Right, and the planning commission did not put that 50 people there. You, as a board, could change the group size.
I'm looking
Neither.
at the recommendation.
Pardon me?
I'm looking at the
Oh,
recommendation.
the initial staff recommendation, yes.
I'm looking
that
at the
was.
planning commission's recommendation. It's on, well,
When we initially wrote the staff report, staff did put, limit 15 people and seasonal workshops event to 50 people no more than 5 times a year. But the planning commission, or your commission, decided just to limit it to 20 people. They didn't carry that forward.
and we're still talking about up to 20 people, 20 cars potentially or more, in an R1 district.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but it doesn't, if the commission doesn't like the 20 and you like what staff proposed, you could still go back. Or if you only wanted the group size to be 10 people, you could do that also. You can change any of these conditions to what you think would go with the community.
Thank you, Lisa.
And I'm sure the DePeers can tell you, I know they shared that at one point, they do want to build their permanent residential home. They're living on the property right now, but they would like, in a tiny home, but they would like to build a larger house, but I'm sure they can go into more detail, because I don't think they envision, and I'll let them talk, but what they've talked to me envisioned having this activity take over all 32 acres. But I'll let them speak to that.
Mr. Mitchell?
The neighbors are good with it?
Pardon me?
The neighbors are good with this?
We have had some neighbors that are not in favor of this. At the public hearing, a lot of them was not in favor of the rezoning from R1 to A1 because of the uses that could be allowed in a agricultural district. At the meeting, a lot of them did say they didn't have trouble with the yoga and meditation classes. I'm not sure how they feel about the educational workshops. I know I've talked to one gentleman that is not in favor of it, of the special use permit, and I think you have something in your packet.
We've got 4 here for the hearing on that. See what they got to say. Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Do applicants want to speak, ma'am? Come forward, please.
I'm Lori Dupier. Thank you very much for considering our application, and thank you for moving our spa a couple of years ago. It took us a few years to build.
Mr. Pierre, will you speak into the mic, please?
We built our spa
Thank
a
you.
couple of years ago, and we opened up in December of 2019 and promptly closed in March due to COVID. When we reopened, we realized that a big portion of our business, which was the yoga, and because we are health and wellness, we could no longer safely hold those classes in our yoga studio, which is upstairs in the grain bin. So we decided to go outside, and it was at a point when our lavender fields were in bloom, so we offered those classes in the lavender field, and it was very well received, except when it rained. So then I cleaned out the barn, and we brought people into the barn. And so we didn't expect to be bringing people onto that part of our property since we had spent so much time and effort building the spa. However, with the CDC guidelines, we are required to space folks 10 feet apart. And we found that this community service that we were offering by opening up our barn during inclement weather and offering up our lavender fields, people could just walk through the woods that you can see, could walk right through over to the they could park at the spa and they walk through the field and get to the barn. And it was great stress relief and offered what I feel is a very important community service right now during this time of stress. And they were very upset. We have many people who are in our community who were taking classes with us. And I feel like I'd really like to offer that to them. We do plan on building a house, and we have several animals, so we ourselves don't want huge crowds on our farm. We typically, when we have a class, we would have maybe 5 or 6 people, and that's what I feel comfortable with, so I don't have a need to have 50 people or whatever. And as you can see from the traffic patterns here, when folks come in off of Rock Cliff Road and they take a right onto Cedar Ridge, they immediately turn into our property. They don't even have to go down through the community. And then our 2 closest neighbors, very dear friends of ours, are fully in support, as we do have a lot of support for this. So, any questions? I mean, if I can explain, we don't have plans for this back part of the property to become any use for the spa. And we didn't even expect to be here if it weren't for COVID.
I have a question.
Anybody got? Go ahead.
I'm gonna put the question to you. What's the difference between a private club?
Well, I'm probably just as confused about that. We were looking for a way to continue to do this. So we didn't realize we couldn't do this on our R1 land. So then we looked for some guidance and thought that our only avenue was changing it to A1. But that's not really what we want to do because this is our personal property. So we realized, we were met with some resistance there, and it wasn't really what we wanted in our hearts. So we're looking at the different avenues that we could take, and we came across private club. And I said, well, I'm not even clear myself what that means, except it works for me on the level that we probably wouldn't have too many people there on that property. That's our private, that's where we live. We can't conduct everything that we do as a community service on the spa lot right now. And as you can see, it's very wooded there. We don't have a lot of open spaces. I would love to take that barn and move it over to the spa, but I can't, so.
To me, it should be worded limited.
Excuse me?
Limited members. In your club, it should, to my opinion, this is my opinion, it's time to speak. It should be limited club. Limited club.
Yeah, but
because private is a big definition in private. I mean, at least that's my opinion too. But I would say like a lot of places are, limited enrollment, limited this,
Right.
limited that.
I didn't see that in.
Well, I mean, that's just
either.
fine.
But,
That's
yeah.
my quirk. That's my quirk.
We are open. This is a community service. We are open to, I'm not doing this based on ego. I'm doing this based on a need that I feel is very important right now. There are a lot of people who are very stressed, and we were providing a service for them. And I was just trying to find an avenue to do that, to share my spaces that I have, that I love and cherish, and to share that with them, So,
I don't mean to put
however
you on the
that
spot, but I
works.
appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell?
I just have a comment.
Mhm.
I love it. I think you're right. This time of day, everything going on, I think it'd be beneficial to the community and Franklin County as a whole.
Yeah.
We're welcoming another small business to the county,
Mhm.
which if the neighbors are good with just the activities and not rezoning it,
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the sense of community that we have at the spa. It's really been, in my previous life, I was a postmaster, and I kind of missed that sense of community, and I feel like we're getting it back. And we can socially distance outside with folks, and I think people really need activities now, but they need to feel safe in doing that. And we can provide the stress relief and some educational opportunities that I think is really needed. So,
Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you got anyone else?
The other applicant, would you like to speak?
I think my wife is very eloquent.
Yes, sir.
And said it very well, thank you.
We have Dave Sherman.
Dave Thurman?
Sherman.
Sherman?
My name's David Sherman, and my wife Nancy and I live on 40 Meadowwood Place in Union Hall, Virginia. And I believe you all have a copy of what I was prepared to speak to today. I sent that to the clerk this morning.
Thank you, sir.
What I would like to do, instead of read this, is speak to a couple of things that have been said. One was that in the December meeting, there was no opposition to the special uses that were being requested. I would like to say, at least on my part, I know that's true. And that's true because I found the rezoning to be so egregious that my full attention was on stopping the rezoning. It might have also been said that there were no objections to the specific activities that were presented last month. That might also be true, but there was objection to any commercial activity taking place permanently on the R1 property. And I think that has always been our objection. The temporary problem with COVID, I believe most of my neighbors and I would say, if you can cut them some slack for the next 6 to 9 months until COVID goes away, we're happy with them doing whatever it need to do that. What we're objecting to is the permanent change that will allow them to do those activities, to build a new building, and to do new activities on a permanent basis on the residential property. And the other thing that we would like to object to, or at least I would, is the use of the undefined term private club, because it appears that the applicants don't exactly know what that means, and I assure you the rest of the public does not know what that means. Several questions we have are, what distinguishes a public club from a private one? Are the commercial activities of their spa fine as being characterized as the activities of a private club? And if a private club allows them to do commercial activity on the residential property, what else does a private club do? We don't know because the county has no definition.
It's wide open. So if you're asking the neighbors if we approve of this, how could we possibly approve of it when we don't know what we're getting? Just 2 months ago, their special request said they had a problem with observing COVID protocols. But the rezoning said they wanted to rezone the entire 32 acres with 49 permitted uses. We're against permanent commercial activity because we believe it's the tip of the iceberg.
Thank you, sir.
Jay Schaffner?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for hearing us. I want to get right to the heart of the matter.
State your name first,
I'm
please.
sorry. Jay Schaffner,
Thank you.
535 Cedar Ridge Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'd like to get right to the heart of the matter. Whatever you call this, private club, public club, whatever, it's commercial business activity for a profit, selling goods and services in a residential area. I think that sets a terrible precedence and it devalues our property. Now, the activities may be very esoteric and kumbaya and all the rest of it. I have no say about that. But let me point this out. This is the lot the spa is on. The DePeers also own this lot here and that lot right there. That's 17 acres that they own continuous with the salt spa right now. All of those activities could be done right there. They've provided some reasons or excuses why they couldn't be, but they absolutely could be. So why aren't we talking, and that never was brought up in any of these presentations until we talked about it at the planning and zoning. These 17 acres almost right here, there's about 5.5 acres in each one of these three, and the salt spa sits right in the middle, and they own the other two. It's zoned A1 already. It comes down David Lane here, which does not come in our neighborhood. And it bothers us that these 20-odd to 50-odd cars, this thing has changed so many times. They tried to get this thing rezoned to A1 6 years ago and put a wedding venue in that barn. That didn't make it through the planning and zoning. There's a lot of activity here. The COVID, we all know what a pandemic it is, and everybody's got empathy for anybody that's in business that's doing that. But here's the simple thing. This is easy. This is simple math. If you want to teach 20 people, and you can only teach 10, divide by 2 and teach 2 classes. They can do that right now. This is all an excuse to come over here and rezone this right here. And I'll tell you, that to me is a whole lot more than 10 acres. But what they asked for the third or fourth time down through here was 5 acres around the barn. And that was the way it was in the planning and zoning all the way up until the very end, when Mr. DePere was called up here and Steve Sandy asked him to just circle here what you would like. And that's what he circled right there. And that's a whole heck of a lot more than 85 acres. So it's commercial activity in a residential area, and they already own a nice facility over here. I understand, I've seen it from the outside only, but there's 17 acres right here that they can do everything they want to do here right over there. And it's already zoned right, and it's already got a road coming in right there. Questions?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gregory Biggs?
Greg?
Hello, board. Good to see you, Ronnie.
You too.
Tommy. My name is Gregory Biggs. I live at 416 Cedar Ridge Road. And of all the people who have spoken here tonight, my lot is contiguous with the property in question. It's not contiguous with the proposed 10 acres, but I'm here to please not have a commercial enterprise in the field, the beautiful field behind my house. Now, this thing is morphed over and over again. It changes. It's rapidly changing. We went from 5 acres to 10, 15 people, 20, private club, and from what I've been hearing, nobody here knows what a private club is necessarily. I know I don't. Nothing wrong with being a club. I was a Boy Scout one time, if that matters. But I'm just saying, I want to oppose any commercial enterprise behind my house. These folks are fine folks. I like them. They have property that can be developed for any kind of enterprise that they see fit. It fits all the requirements. I would not take that beautiful field, parking, lights, not sure what they will morph to. Things have a way of creeping. Everybody knows what happened at the Coves. Yeah, things creep, and when we're all not here, it could really be detrimental to the property values in that area. So that's one of my wife, Susan, and I, we want to express our displeasure and hope you'll consider it very carefully. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paula Schaffner?
Hello, my name is Paula Schaffner, and my husband and I live at 535 Cedar Ridge Road. We've owned that property there since 1994. I think we're probably some of the oldest property owners in that community now. First of all, thank you for listening to all of the concerns of the residents in Cedar Ridge. We've all made many trips to this same room in the past several weeks to voice our concerns. And I'm sure that if you asked any property owner in our community why they chose Cedar Ridge, they would tell you that they invested in their property because of the serene and tranquil setting that our neighborhood offers. And we all had a very reasonable expectation when we bought it of it remaining that way when we purchased our homes. Although there have been many varying concerns here tonight, it's clear that the one thing we all have in common is the fear of the unknown and what the approval of a special use permit means for the future of where we live, where I live. My biggest concern lies in those undefined gray areas of a special use permit that would allow commercial activity of any kind just down the street from my home. Quite frankly, language such as a private club, not limited to, and other activities is also very concerning to me. Does the approval of a special use permit for a private club in a residential neighborhood mean that private memberships can be sold to the general public who can come and go freely? And does allowing commercial activity to take place in a residential community that has no through streets because all of our streets end in a cul-de-sac coincide with the county's comprehensive and village plan for Union Hall? Would you feel comfortable with approving this same permit if it were down the street from where you live? If approved, what enforcement are you able to offer to assure the residents of Cedar Ridge that all events will stay within the approved restrictions of the permits? Do we all have to become police? Lastly, are you prepared to continue hearing from this same group over and over again when something happens that threatens our otherwise safe and serene existence in the Cedar Ridge subdivision simply because it was hidden in the gray area of a special use permit under other activities or not limited to? The future of our neighborhood and its integrity can be compromised and forever changed by your decision tonight. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you please deny this request for a special use permit.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, is there any more?
That is all I have signed up.
I didn't hear you.
It was announced, nobody else stepped forward.
All right. With that being said,
That gentleman.
yes, sir, go ahead. Sir, you need to come forward, please.
My name is Jeff Dupier. If possible, I'd like to say a few words, if that meets your approval.
Go ahead, sir.
One of the reasons that we bought this property is that we have the same values as every person that spoke here tonight. I apologize. It's been an emotional few days here for us. We lost a member of the community, and I still haven't quite dealt with that. And this is emotional for me. They talk about the commercial use of this property, but the specific limitations that the planning board put on this property, there is no wide open Wild West here. It's very clear and specific. We do not plan any changes to this property. We love this property as much as these neighbors do, and we do not want to see it change any more than that. Our intent is that there may be a few more people, most of which are our neighbors who have not spoken here tonight, will be able to enjoy this property as much as we do. My perspective on a private club versus a public club, which is the only language that we have to go by, is that a public club essentially does open it to essentially any use that the public might have, which could be, as Steve and I were talking, ATV use, which we're not in favor for, possibly hunting, activities that we're not in favor of, and those will not be allowed. The ability to go to a private club can tailor the use of that specific property to the uses that they have specifically intended for. So it is absolutely not morphing into anything else. We're going under the guidance of the planning board. We've been working with them from day one. Debbie Crawford, who is the Union Hall representative, lives in the neighborhood. If she's talking about any sort of guidance or whatever, she lives here. She's our neighbor. She would be the one who you would go to for the complaint. This process exists for them to be able to control and monitor. They have to go past our property every single day going in and out. They see our property more than we do from the road. So we feel that the safeguards are in place for everybody, including us. We have no wish to change the quality of our life or the quality of our beautiful property. So I think that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'll close the hearing part, open it up for board discussion. Mr. Mitchell.
I'm a little confused. I don't understand where the term commercial entity is coming from. Apparently, there are some neighbors that are still not okay with the special permit uses. Moving forward, there appears to be a lot of history here that, being new on the board, I had no idea about. Would like to been brought in on that a little bit, but I don't know.
Thank you, sir.
I'm confused.
Mr. Gwynn, you have something to?
I'm confused a little bit, and I apologize for not asking Mr. Sandy earlier. I'm concerned about the enforceability of the Planning Commission's 10-acre thing with a GIS line. There's been no survey. And to my understanding, when we rezone property, we have to rezone it by lot. Or place a special use on the entire lot, and then we're conditioning it back to a GIS line as opposed to some sort of subdivision.
Yes.
And we could find ourselves in a situation where we're going to be arguing about whether or not it occurred in the 10 acres or not, because as great as technology is with the GIS, it doesn't help us. We don't have stakes in the ground. We don't have the markers that we need for that.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know how we address that. I guess one of the possibilities would be to have a line survey and maybe take it, table it until we get that surveyed line.
Yes, sir.
It's just a suggestion, but I do think if we do it based on a GIS line, at some point, it has the potential to be a problem for us.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question.
That's a good point. I have a couple concerns as well. I'm concerned as to why the applicants keep wanting to change the purpose of the property. It's been back numerous times. And then my question is one you just addressed, when it needed to be a specific area, not generalized. And then I'm concerned, my question is to what the real purpose of it is. You know, we've heard a couple different things for the lavender fields and then the salt treatments and things of this nature. So I have concerns along those lines. Somebody down here has.
Yes, sir. Steve, would you come back up to the map, please, sir?
This particular map?
They've already got some lots A1, correct?
These adjoining lots?
How many acres in those adjoining lots, you know?
I don't know. I think this one is about 5 acres where the salt spa is. Roughly 5 acres, so this one looks pretty much the same size. Do you folks own this one as well? So it looked like they're all about 5 acres.
Well, what I can't understand is if they don't want to change R1, but yet they want to try to put a business smack dab in the middle of it and section off 10 acres, why don't they use the A1 lots they already have?
Well, I can tell you what was discussed before, and then that may be better for them to explain it. You know, the barn that they were using is here on this property, so it's already there on that property. The lavender fields and so forth that they've created are on this property. This is all wooded, it's undeveloped. I'm not sure what the topography's like, but I think, from what I heard at the Planning Commission meeting, I think that was the main reasoning for wanting it to have it on this property versus this property, because of the assets, if you will, that are already there on that property. And then I think they mentioned they would have to clear this land and so forth. But you are correct, it is zoned A1. Still would need a special use permit for this type of activity. But what was requested was this property, and so that's what we've been processing.
Well, what bothers me is it's rode up 32 acres, and you explained why it's rode up that way. But a lot of the public don't know why that is. And I think it's a lot of misconception in this plan. And are you ready for a motion, or wait more of the people?
And
1 second.
I can explain a little bit of that if you want. I mean, initially the full parcel was advertised as being subject to the SUP. There was discussion about this could open up into a lot of other uses. It could, go into the back part of the property. And so that's where the discussion came of, hey, we need to, they only were concentrating on the front part of the property. And so, yes, at the Planning Commission meeting, this was discussed. Mr. Dupierre came up and we kind of talked about, okay, where's the area that you really want to do this use and intend to do this use? To Mr. Gwynn's point, if we need to survey it, we tried to use kind of identifiable landmarks with the driveway and the trees and so forth, but my suggestion would be a condition that if approved, then it would be surveyed, because that would be a significant cost probably to survey it if it doesn't get approved. So, and they don't have any intention of creating it as a separate lot or anything like that, as far as I know. So I think if it was desired that it be surveyed, I think that could certainly be a condition that you place on it as well. This is kind of a guide, so everybody kind of knew where that 10 acres was. It's not floating around. It's kind of right there on that front part of the property. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of clarify that.
Thanks, sir. Any more comments from the board?
Mr. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to make a simple comment that what's troubling to me mostly is the R1 designation. And I don't like the idea of business activity in an R1 zoned area. It just troubles me, as I've said, some of the other issues we've been dealing with. So I'm going to find it hard to support this for that reason.
Mr. Cundy, make your motion.
All right. I'll make a motion that we table this, and I'll tell you 2 reasons why. Number one, a lot of the people are here, and the calls I got think it's the whole 32 acres, but it's not. And I didn't realize it myself till then. But also, I think we need to cut this back to the 5 acres, or either that or go over here to A11, because you eating into a lot of property that's R1, and I'm not a big fan of cutting into R1 property. If they want to cut that back to 5 acres, I mean, I don't know. But right now, I'd like to table this. My motion is to table this until the next meeting, until I can find out a lot of the stuff myself.
Have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Sure.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Clement,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson,
Yes.
and Supervisor Tatum is absent.
All right, before we go into our public comment, I'm going to take a break.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify one thing for the public that may be here? My understanding is we held the public hearing, we closed the public hearing. This matter comes back in March, but it will not be a public hearing at that time, so it'll probably be on the afternoon agenda for the March 16th meeting. I just wanted to clarify that for the benefit of the
Answer to the questions that have been asked about a designated area, where it's going to be at, and a definition of private versus public club, the number of people. It's been a lot of questions raised.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, we can limit the number of people through the conditions, but I can work with you and the property owner to come up with some of those answers.
Thank
I
you, sir.
appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll take a 5-10 minute break. to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and are not a function of the local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session with board members, and the board members will not answer questions during the public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, will you call the first speaker, please?
Yeah, our first speaker is Gerald Winfrey.
Thank you.
Trying to take that off.
We're trying to get that.
It won't,
Wait for
it
you.
won't take your minutes away for that.
I'm Gerald Wingfield. I'm speaking for Atkins Farms ATV Park.
Yes, sir.
My understanding, the board has had some complaints over the past few months, and especially Mr. Mitchell. A couple of the neighbors down there, as y'all are aware, you're not going to satisfy everyone in the neighborhood. And I'm not trying to, per se, throw this at them and say like it or not. We're trying to work with the neighbors. And I've went and spoke to them, and we've shut trails down, relocated them, and just to get rid of some of the noise. We're not trying to throw this at them and say, hey, it's nothing y'all can do about it. We're all trying to work with them. And we understand that we're in a non-zoned district, so that opens up a few more avenues for us versus someone that's in a zone district. But we're still trying to treat that, and be in compliance with DEQ, erosion control, and working with the sheriff's department to get this thing the way it needs to be. We basically had one bad weekend, which was New Year's Eve, and it was a lot more people there than what I had expected and didn't anticipate it. So the parking got to be an issue for me, and that's caused some trouble. But, the neighbors, I went and spoke to just about every neighbor that adjoins the property, all but one. And some of them people I'm just not going to satisfy. But if you take 100 people that lives within 10 minutes of that park one way or the other, and you only got 5 that don't like it, to me, that's a pretty good ratio. But I'm still willing to work with them as much as possible to try to satisfy them as much as I can.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your willingness to work with your community.
Yes, sir. And if it's anything that we can do that, is brought to y'all's attention, Mr. Mitchell or whoever, feel free to call me, and, I'm glad to respond in the best way I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Glenna Moore.
I didn't know that was Gerald. He was standing out there. Damn mask.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore. I live in Rocky Mount. When Henry Turnage made his first trip around the Franklin County Confederate Monument, he displayed his patriotism, leadership, and love of county and country. It's ironic that Henry's peaceful protests started in June, the month the statue was knocked down in 2007. While the Black community was celebrating the statue's fall, we didn't notice a small segment of the community, including the Franklin County Board of Supervisors, working to get it back up ASAP. I'd like to share, a recent history of which Henry may not be aware. In June of 2010, 2 months before the present monument was to be erected in August, a delegation of Franklin County NAACP members, including Larry and me, Marion William Helm, and others, showed up at the Board of Supervisors meeting to protest a plan to place a 4-foot granite commemorative column at the foot of the new statue to honor so-called Black Confederates. Dr. Amos asked the board to approve the request and underwrite the cost of $3,400. I saw how excited most were. To them, this was going to be an opportunity to appease the Black community and validate a Confederate flag and statue erected in the 21st century. Mrs. Florella Johnson, a retired educator, said on behalf of the NAACP that the proposed 4-foot memorial is not an accurate representation as to why Blacks were present on the Confederate side. This objection was a surprise to all who thought it was a done deal. To his credit, Board Member Leland Mitchell motioned to table the action. To my knowledge, the proposal never resurfaced. For several years, sons of Confederate veterans, Jubal Early chapter of the United Daughters of the Confederacy, and the Franklin County Historical Society Museum worked overtime trying to convince the Black community that 20 Black slaves from Franklin County volunteered to join the Confederate Army and its cause. The Sons of the Confederate Veterans and UDC even purchased a tombstone for one of the deceased. By the way, the tombstone was returned when the family learned the truth. Move the statue. We owe it to the Franklin County 60 United States colored troops and 20 slaves who were forced to labor against their own interests. Move the statue to show your sensitivity to what these men endured on the road to freedom.
Thank you.
Melvin Woodson.
Good evening. My name is Melvin Woodson. Live in the Boones Mill, Blackwater district. My wife and I purchased our residential property there in July of 2019. We were attracted to Franklin County because of the affordable real estate. We have 4 young children, 4 young boys, and we hope to raise our boys in this community. As new residents of Franklin County, we were somewhat appalled to find out that there was a Confederate monument in front of the courthouse in Franklin County. Not so much that there was a Confederate monument, but that it was in front of the courthouse. We were further appalled, shocked to understand that this monument was rebuilt in the 21st century here in Franklin County. Lastly, we were very shocked by the non-binding resolution, that the outcome of that resolution in November of 2020. I'm here as a resident of Franklin County to say that the statute is wrong for the courthouse. Maybe not the statute itself, but it's wrong for the courthouse. I don't want my 4 young boys to come to get their driver's license when they turn 16 and have to look up at that monument. The other thing, I think, in talking to people in the community here, bringing some attention to mentioned 20 Franklin County slaves that served, and I'm using that with air quotes, served in the Confederacy. I say that because I don't think they served at all. I think it was involuntary. But I think it's here in the heart of a Black History Month, with this being February 16th, I think it's only right that we honor those individuals here by reading their names. So I just very briefly would like to read something about these gentlemen and honor them by speaking their names. These gentlemen served in capacity of, and I say served, they had no choice in the matter, but they were, in fact, cooks, teamsters, laborers, against the interest of their well-being. I want to honor these 20 Franklin County slaves who were involuntarily conscripted, accompanied their masters or leased out by their masters to the Confederate Army. We honor these men and vow to fight for their dignity, to ensure that their service is not misinterpreted or misrepresented. These enslaved men deserve their symbol removed from the courthouse. They are George Chandler, Jim Fralin, Clavin Holland, Cornelius Holland, Creed Holland, Charles James, Stephen Casey, Jack Law, John Lemons, Ned Lumpkins, J.H. Menifee, George Price, John Pinkert, Armstead Reeves, Richard Robertson, Arthur Turner, Daniel Smith, Samuel Walker, Henry White, and Peters Woody, all slaves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Darnell Moore. I see him.
Good afternoon. Larry Darnell Moore II, 55 First Street. Monuments don't teach history. Monuments honor actions. Once we found out that 2 members of our community were present during the attack on the Capitol, members of our community came in last month asking you to do something. Because this was a town issue and not a county issue, I believe you have found it difficult to know what you could do. And the answer is prevention. You, by ordinance or motion, can state unequivocally that no statue or monument will be erected in Franklin County to honor the actions taken on January 6, 2020, 41 days ago. The action can be read in support of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Franklin County will not memorialize any who have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States or given aid or comfort thereof. And I know it feels like a stretch, but history tells us otherwise. This was not the first time men from Franklin County attempted to take down the Capitol. On July 11, 1864, Franklin County's own Jubal Early, commanding part of Lee's army, had the Capitol in their sights. A Confederate sniper shot at President Lincoln, nearly killing him as he stood with American soldiers. You see, the Confederacy was angry that a president they did not approve of was constitutionally elected. 50 years after that shot at Lincoln, Franklin County built a monument inscribed with the name of the man who commanded that sniper. In 2008, this body elected to rebuild that monument. In 2020, this county by 70% and this board by 100% stood in support of that monument. Our monument is a beacon to anyone who believes scrapping the American Constitution is better than sharing it. And I know you see history in that monument, but you have a chance to change the narrative. I'm not asking you to look back, I'm asking you to prevent a future disaster. By motion or by ordinance stating that in support of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, Franklin County will not memorialize anyone who has engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States or given aid thereof. Thank you.
Henry Turnage.
Good morning, board members. It's me again, Henry Turnage, Calico Rock Road, Rocky Mount, Virginia. First, I want to say thank you to the board members for giving me the opportunity to speak about the relocation of the Confederate flag statue in front of the Franklin County Courthouse. I'm going to use my time this month to try to bring attention to the effects that this statue, as well as other Confederate memorabilia, brings when placed in certain areas of our community. When you put a slave-holding Confederate in front of the justice system, it weakens the very system itself for a large part of your constituents. We as Americans need to realize that we have 2 different justice systems. The original statue was placed in front of the courthouse in 1910. That was one of the reasons that this board gave to keep it up. It's been there for so long. In that of 111 years, not much has changed for the black community in Franklin County. We as African Americans are over-policed, over-prosecuted, and underrepresented in the justice system. In Franklin County, in 111 years, we've had no black judges, no black prosecutors. We currently have no black lawyers. So that equals, in Franklin County, Virginia, in 2021, the only place in the courtroom for my children is as defendants. Representation matters. You have a woman on the board. Just by her sitting on that board, she strengthens it. She brings a different perspective. How does these Confederate statues affect our country? Me and my kids watched on January 6, 2021, as a mob of Donald Trump supporters stormed the Capitol to stop the results of the 2020 election. I will never forget the feeling of my daughter running down the stairs and saying, "Dad, they just shot a woman inside the Capitol." I sat with my children and watched as the American flag was replaced with the Confederate flag and then a Donald Trump flag. Try explaining that to two military kids. There was something else I wanted my children to notice. You see, me and my children worked hard all summer long, along with other parts of the other community members in Franklin County registering voters, because this board couldn't stand up on their own feet. They went and put us on the election. Here we were witnessing a group of people who thought that they had the right to take our voices out of the political system. It was only later that we learned that two of our own police officers were involved in the insurrection. Let's just say, for the black community, that wasn't a surprise. Sadly, this is not the first time this has happened in America. It was, however, the first time that my kids and the large part of the American get their first look at white supremacy, white privilege, and last but not least, how white Americans are treated by the justice system. Thank you. You're welcome.
Eric Onspaw.
Chairman Mitchell, rest of the board, thank you for this opportunity to come and speak to you. My name is Eric Anspaugh. I live at 429 Creighton Drive, Rocky Mount, part of the Blackwater District, served by Ronald Mitchell. I've spoken here before on the issue of the Confederate Memorial that's situated on the Franklin County Courthouse grounds, and my previous and continued opposition to that location. This board's more recent decision to have that statue remain in that location is an affront to the dignity and the humanity of our black brothers and sisters. Across the United States of America over the past 5+ years, Confederate statues, monuments, and flags have been taken down and removed in some instances to more appropriately historical venues. Franklin County's decision, this board's decision not to remove this statue, has relegated this county to a position in my terms, or my perception, that of an outlier. That's shameful, if not sinful. In 2017, the mayor of New Orleans at that time, Mitch Landrieu, gave a speech to mark the occasion of the last 4 Confederate monuments to come down in that city. Here are just a few of his words, and I quote, "These monuments purposely celebrate a fictional, sanitized Confederacy, ignoring the death, ignoring the enslavement, and the terror that it actually stood for," end quote. Heritage, not hate, is often used as a defense of contemporary Confederate symbolism. The problem with that defense is that insofar as the Confederacy existed to defend race-based chattel slavery, its heritage is hate. It's the hatred of freedom. It's hatred of the image of God in black people. It's a hatred of unity. This monument needs to come down. It needs to come down as a gesture that this community is moving in the right direction on the path of racial justice. Whatever attachments we may have to Confederate symbols and monuments, in this case, this Confederate statue on the courthouse lawn, are we willing to value others enough to consider their pain over our pride? Therefore, I respectfully urge you, supervisors, to continue to revisit this issue. Thank you.
Larry Moore.
Good evening to the board.
Thank you all for allowing us to speak today. My name is Larry Moore. I live in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Slavery for America is the original sin. As long as we leave the symbols of hatred on the courthouse lawn, then the sins of the Civil War will remain a dark spot on Franklin County. I ask this board to help with the healing by removing the statue and putting the Civil War behind us. Taking back our country has a totally different meaning for this board than it does for people of color in this county. If America survives, then it must be inclusive of all of us. Do you know that there were more black-owned banks in this country after the Civil War than there are today? Would you like to know what happened to them? The United States government would not allow black-owned banks to loan money, the source of most banks to accrue wealth. Do you know that a white high school dropout will earn more money than a black college graduate in this country? When we lean into each other as a superpower, we all benefit. We are not your enemy. We just want the opportunity to be your partners. When America built the largest middle class in history based on grant money from the government at a time when most of those attending college were white. Today, America owes more than $1.5 trillion in student loan debt after stopping the grant program, the free money. I'm sure that some of you benefited from those grants to get your education. Let us as a people stop holding each other back. By supporting each other, we can improve our economy by over $1 trillion annually. Let's start by moving the statue. Thank you.
Mariah Moore?
Oh, it's hard.
What?
That is all I have on my sheet. Okay.
Did you call one more?
I called Mariah, but she had gone home.
She's a little 9-year-old.
And they're checking outside, we are good to go.
All right. We'll move on now to other matters by supervisors. Mr. Mitchell.
I've already addressed my issue with the tower site, and I'm good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter.
I just have a couple things briefly, Mr. Chairman. As part of the budget process, I would like for staff to look carefully at the Sheriff's Department, the compression issues. I would also like for us to look at this tobacco tax as a possible way to fund the new 911 center. And another thing I had written down earlier today, we have David Rotenheiser, Tourism Director, and he had a position there at one time, which I think the lady left or whatever. I would like for staff to look into maybe replacing that position and getting someone in there that could also be a grant writer for the county moving forward. And I think that's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cundy.
Oh, I'm tickled to be here. Thank you.
You tickled to be
I'm
here.
tickled to be here. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, are you tickled to be here?
I'm just tickled pink. Yes, I am. I just have one issue, if I may. I have advocated, mostly in my conversations with staff, and I think I've mentioned it last year at one or two of our meetings. I have advocated for an ambulance at Scruggs, a reserve ambulance, because we only have one. And you all know how important the redundancy is when one's out and you don't have any. You don't have a backup ambulance. And so what I would like to ask is for staff to look into, I think we've got some reserve ambulances. And I would like to make a concerted effort to identify a reserve ambulance for Scruggs and see how far we can get down the road with that.
Yes,
What?
it is.
What was
No,
that?
go ahead. Tommy said he had something to say, and I told him it's
That's
too
all right, go
late.
ahead. I'll
Do
make
you
that
want to
up.
talk about what
No,
I
no, no,
bought?
no.
It's your turn, Ms. Smith.
That's something
Please,
different.
please forgive him for interrupting you.
I'll forgive you, Mr.
I appreciate
Cundiff.
that. I didn't think everybody could hear me. I told him to Rhonda, but anyway, I apologize for interrupting you.
Y'all are full of it. So, Mr. County Administrator, if you would help me with that, I would appreciate it.
We'll look into it and bring back some information.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell.
Kind of ride Mr. Carter's coattail a little bit. I think a lot of effort needs to be put into our law enforcement here in the county. So I think it's very important that we continue to support them during these times. Just a little talk about my volunteers again. What our volunteers did this past weekend was done from an operating standpoint, was done on about $200,000 operating, roughly, $250,000 maybe. You take the same size fire department apparatus, it's comparable to Roanoke City. Trucks, manpower, the whole 9 yards. And that's about a $20 million budget that they have to operate with. As we move into budget season, please, let's continue to keep our volunteer firefighters in our thoughts and try to support them as much as we possibly can, because they do a tremendous job for this county for practically nothing compared to what other counties and cities have to pay. As my first year on this board, it's been a pleasure getting to know all of you. I look forward to this year. Hope it's a little better than last. Thank you, staff, for getting us through it. I don't think we give you guys enough credit. We're the seven up here making the decisions, but they're guided decisions from you guys, and I thank you for it. And I think the county is in the position it's in because of you guys mostly. We just get to make decisions, but you get to hold our hands in doing it. So thank you. Look forward to budget season. I know we got a lot of meetings coming up, but I find that the funnest part of being on the board. So I'm looking forward to it.
Mr. Cundy.
Can I talk now?
Yes, sir.
Well, what I got to say has nothing really to do with the county. But I got a very patient wife at home. At 7 o'clock tonight, we was married 48 years. And I just want people to know that she told me, said, you stick to the meeting. So you got this job. And I said, honey, I said, yes, ma'am, like I normally do. But I just want to tell you that she's a wonderful. We've been married 48 years at 7 o'clock. And I appreciate and still love her. So I just want the whole county to know that.
Happy anniversary.
Well, I appreciate that.
Happy anniversary.
What's left of it, Mr. Cundiff? What's left of it?
Tommy, if I might say a word or two, I need to thank the board. I received a package and I set it down here, January's meeting. I didn't look into it. And when I got home and looked into it, I had a gavel and a block. And I've not made any thank yous. And I just want the board to know and staff to know I appreciate it. And I don't know, I never thought to look in the bag because I had no idea what was in it. And so I wasn't concerned about it. We was in a board meeting and I went on. But if I'm not remiss Tuesday, I will bring it. I'm proud of it, and I thank each of you for your support last year, and it is a genuine thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your service.
Thank you, Leland.
All right. Meeting will be recessed until next Tuesday at 3 o'clock for the broadband meeting. Be careful going home.
Sure. I'll talk to you next